Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to open the session of Planning and Transportation Commission. It is May 25th, 2016. It's 6:05. We have quorum. Robin, would you like to take a roll, please?
Commissioner Alchek.
Present.
Commissioner Downing. Chair Fine. Vice Chair Gardias.
Present.
Commissioner Rosenblum. Commissioner Tanaka. Commissioner Waldvogel. 4 present.
Thank you. With this, we always have item on the agenda that public may speak to any item that's not on the agenda. So do we have any speaker cards or any speakers that would like to speak on to some items not on the agenda?
No.
Thank you. With this, let's, and I believe that we don't have any changes in the agenda, right? It stands as it was published. So with this, let's just move to the Assistant Director's report.
Great, thank you. Just one item to report, and then Director Gittleman will speak to a recent action that took place at the City Council with the Scenario 5. But on Monday, the City Council considered the 2515 El Camino Real mixed-use project that the Planning Commission considered a while back, the site and design. And the City Council approved the project 5-4, and with some additional conditions and requirements, including an additional BMR unit that the applicant had offered, and a robust TDM plan, which the Planning Commission had talked about before. And they had quite a conversation about the housing and the mix of uses and the CUP, just as the Commission had. And the project ended up with a 5-4 vote for approval. So that's done. And that concludes the report.
Thank you very much. With this, let's move to the action item, and we have a comprehensive plan update from Director Gittleman.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director. Jonathan's going to pull the PowerPoint up. It's brief. I'm here this evening standing in for Elena Lee, who made the presentation the last time you heard this item, and who is out of the office this week. You did have a hearing on this subject on April 13th. At that time, I think Elena described the EIR process, the CEQA requirements, and all the work that had gone into preparing this report, which I know you've received. At the public hearing, the Commission offered their comments and questions and heard, I think, some testimony from the public. And the Commission requested some additional information and continued the hearing so that information could come back. We're here this evening with that requested information. Next slide. We wanted to give you a summary of the new planning scenarios that the City Council has requested we analyze, summarize the next steps in the process, provide an opportunity for any additional comments or questions you have or that the public has, and make sure that everybody is on board with the next step in the process, which involve crafting responses to all of the comments and questions that we received. So I'm not going to attempt to read this chart. I wanted to put it on the screen. It's in your staff report as well. There are 2 of them. You can go to the next one. This is the information that the Commission had requested on the scenarios. But I'm going to kind of cut to the chase and talk about the additional scenarios that the City Council has requested we analyze. So if you remember back to April 13th, and you can go to the next slide, we had analyzed originally 4 scenarios in the draft EIR. And even before the draft EIR was issued, the Council had a session on kind of orientation to the draft EIR and kind of what was coming down the line. And the Council asked the staff to begin to think about a 5th alternative that could be added The idea of these scenarios is to analyze potential outcomes of the planning process. In each case, there's a different set of parameters related to population, housing, and jobs, in addition to transportation investments and mitigation or performance measures and sustainability measures. So each of the scenarios was intended to kind of test a different set of ideas. When the council saw back in January the four that we'd analyzed in the draft, they said, hey, we're going to want to do a fifth. They gave us some direction about that in January, thinking that it would be focused on this idea of improving the city's jobs housing balance between now and 2030, which is the horizon year we're working with. The council considered this issue again in February after the draft EIR had been issued, and at that time they gave a little bit more direction on the fifth scenario, saying that they wanted it to focus on a smaller job number than the other scenario, so less job growth over the 15-year life of the plan, and that they wanted to implement the sustainability measures that up to that point had only been included in one of the four scenarios. So then more recently, May 16th, we had a full discussion with the council about the fifth scenario, and lo and behold, now we have a fifth and a sixth scenario. The council gave us some pretty specific direction that the first one was going to be similar to scenario 3, but have lower job growth and add the sustainability and performance measures that were included in the other scenarios. That the sixth scenario was going to have additional housing and test this idea, if we added a lot more housing, how would it change the outcome of the process? And get some more data on what that would look like. So we, at the council's direction, are putting together kind of a little summary of our understanding of these scenarios to bring back to the council at the draft EIR hearing that they're holding on June 6th. So the next slide, I want to share with you what we're starting to put together for that meeting on the 6th. The packets will go out tomorrow. So we're reaching the finish line on this, but I hope you can read this. The first four scenarios listed here are in the draft EIR and analyzed fully in the EIR, although we don't analyze them in the mitigated conditions. So we analyze them as kind of a series of assumptions about jobs, housing, transportation investments, and sustainability measures, identify impacts, and then the EIR suggests mitigation to address the impacts. So the fifth scenario, the first one that this council asked us to add, if you look at the second column there, it's going to have the same population and housing numbers as scenario 3. Which assumes that the housing sites that had originally been identified along San Antonio Road and South El Camino are eliminated in favor of increasing densities, mostly in the California Avenue area, but probably also in downtown. The result is slightly more housing numbers than we see in scenario 2, which is the lowest, and kind of business as usual, which assumes we just develop housing at the same rate we've been doing it for 20 or 30 years. Other aspects of that proposal you'll see aren't really expressed there. The job numbers, the job numbers are slightly lower than scenario 2, which was an explicit direction by the council. And then we're assuming in that scenario, the fifth scenario, that we'd apply all of the sustainability measures that we can to try and address the impacts of the growth. Then the sixth scenario there is the outlier. It's the one that proposes at the council's direction to test the idea of adding a whole lot more housing. So you see in that second column, it's suggesting 6,000 new units in this 15-year period. That's quite a bit more than our track record in terms of unit production. And it's also suggesting a slightly lower job number in that jobs column. And the result is in the year 2030, we'd improve our jobs housing balance to about 2.7. That's where we are with all of the scenarios. And if the next slide kind of shows what our next steps are. So on June 6th, the City Council will hold a public hearing like you are this evening, and we'll take their comments and questions, any further direction they have on the scenarios. We'll hear comments and questions from the public. The comment period will end on June 8th, so any written comments that are coming in have to be to us by the close of business on June 8th. And then we're going to go off and start preparing this analysis of the new scenarios, which will be circulated for public comment as a supplement to the draft EIR before we prepare the final EIR. The final EIR, with all of the responses to comments that we've received on the draft and on the supplemental analysis, has to be prepared and certified before the City Council can consider adopting the updated comprehensive plan. So that's where we are. I'd be happy to answer any questions or take any comments, any additional comments you have on the draft EIR.
So if you don't mind, just for the record, right, because when we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, there were two questions. One was from Commissioner Downing. She's absent today, but for her benefit, if she goes through this meeting minutes, I would like to ask you to respond to her question, which was pretty much about the scenarios between the one that was required by EBAC, which was the scenario number 4, and the scenarios between. And then there was a second item that came at that very time when Steve Levy talked about updated forecast from the Bay Area Association of the municipalities, and those numbers were apparently higher than what we had in scenario 4. Mm-hmm. So pretty much my understanding was that he was suggesting to revise that scenario 4 because of those new projections.
Well, thank you for that question. If I can, I'm not going to try and show you that table again, that's illegible on the screen, but we tried in the staff report to respond to Commissioner Downing's questions and to Mr. Levy's question, and I think the addition of scenario 6 by the City Council is also in direct response to comments like those that we heard at the public hearing. So what we did originally in scenario 4 was try and reflect what we understood ABAG's projections for Palo Alto to be in the year 2030 based on their projections prepared back in 2013. So as Mr. Levy pointed out, it's a moving target. ABAG updates their projections regularly. Once you get started on a process like this, it's hard to go back and redo everything. But with the addition of a new scenario, scenario 6, we are going to be looking at a scenario that has significantly higher higher housing numbers than originally suggested. And so we're going to be able to assess what the impacts would be on the community and the benefits of that additional housing development over this 15-year period. So I think that responds to both of the questions that we got that day.
So scenario 6 would comply with this new projection, but scenario 4 would still remain at the prior estimate.
That's right. We're not going to go back and adjust the scenarios. Once the council made this decision that we're going to add a new scenario, that's the most efficient way to assess this question. And I should say that, again, the ABAG projections are kind of a moving target. We are perfectly entitled to rely on projections 2013, which were in effect when we started the EIR process. But we are also aware that ABAG and MTC are updating their plan for the Bay Area, their one Bay Area plan. And they themselves have several scenarios with a range of housing numbers and job numbers. We'll obviously pay attention to what they're doing and how they're changing their thoughts, but I think we're on solid ground here, and particularly with the addition of the 6th scenario, we're going to be able to respond to questions and comments like those that Commissioner Downing raised.
Thank you. That clarifies this. And one more question, if you don't mind. So it's about our role. If you remember, we held a hearing about EIR a couple of weeks ago, and that was, I think that we concluded with proposal to have a second hearing that would allow us to allow ourselves to gather our thoughts, and I don't remember if it's being planned yet, but how
This is that hearing. So this is your opportunity to provide those comments.
to EIR?
Yes, yes. Any additional comments that you have on the draft EIR, we'd like to hear them this evening. And we're recording the meeting so that we'll be able to provide the comments to our consultants, and they'll prepare written responses in the final EIR.
So to be honest with you, I was not aware that that this was the topic, the follow-up topic on this. And we didn't instruct our colleagues to prepare for this meeting. I don't see any EIRs present on our desks.
Well, I apologize if there's any confusion. It's certainly noticed on your agenda for this evening as a public hearing, and we provided a staff report suggesting that you provide your comments. There are still, a couple weeks left. The council will hold their hearing on the 6th. If you wanted to send a delegate to the council meeting to offer comments, or you as individuals could provide comments by the close of the comment period on June 8th.
Okay, I hear you. Any questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Alczyk.
Would you mind going back to the slide with the scenarios, the new scenarios? Is that possible? So just a quick question. The population number for scenario 6 is, I guess, significantly higher than the majority. I'm just curious how we arrive, where did that number come from? How did that sort of get put into the slide?
Well, just a couple weeks ago, when the City Council had their discussion about adding one or more new scenarios, they heard a lot of testimony from the public about the need for a higher housing scenario. At that point, scenario 4 was the highest housing scenario. And so they heard a lot of testimony, and they had quite a bit of discussion about the objectives of including a higher housing number and then what the right number would be. And so their ultimate direction in their motion was 6,000 units in this 15-year period, which, as I said, is significantly more than we produce in your average 15-year period. So it's aggressive. And we derived the population number based on the average household size projected in 2030 and the 6,000 housing units.
Okay, so it's sort of like reverse engineered. We identified the 6,000 unit number first.
Right.
And then from there got our population number.
That's right. Right.
Okay. So I mean, my only comment on this specific issue is there, do we feel like there's a, I hesitate to use the word precise, but like, is there a precise number that we anticipate our population to grow, or is it, I mean, I think it's difficult to do city by city, but is there an ABAG projection, for example, for the region, and we have a certain allocation? One of the things that concerns me about these all the scenarios prior to 6, for example, and then to some extent, I just want to nail 6 down, is this notion that are we suggesting the population we hope we have, or are we suggesting the population we're likely to have? And how are those different? And then to what extent is the population that we're suggesting that we accommodate, if you will, reflective of the percentage of the growth that we anticipate, that other independent agencies have anticipated that we may have in the region?
Wow.
I know it's a complicated
yeah,
question, but that's more of a comment. You don't have to answer it tonight, but
Okay.
I guess as we proceed through this, I think it's helpful to sort of understand regionally what sort of growth we expect, and how maybe there are projections. Maybe Steve Levy or maybe ABAG has projections on the regional growth and regional job growth, and then if things were to increase city by city on the same proportion, what would that number be? And maybe that's just sort of additional context that can be provided inside of this discussion, but I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, we're happy to provide that context.
I'm happy to see that the city council sort of encouraged this sixth scenario. I think that this notion of increasing housing dramatically is, you know, something we really need to sort of investigate. So it's important for it to be in this process. I guess my response to, you know, your comment to Acting Chair Gardis' comment is, in the event that any of the commissioners want to sort of continue to provide comments on this, we can email, right? We could send, if a commissioner wasn't present today and wanted to make a suggestion on this, they still have time.
Yeah, I think commissioners as individuals could provide comments. I think if the commission as a whole is going to comment,
No,
tonight's
no,
your
no, I just meant
tonight's
like
your
if
night.
somebody felt like they wanted to ask a question or get a comment,
Absolutely.
we still have time.
Absolutely. June 8th is the end of the comment period
Yeah.
if people want to send in written or email comments.
So yes, I think that that just to support my unplanned surprise, pretty much we don't have EIR among the materials that were distributed. Although, as you said, that in the agenda it's clearly about EIR, but then lack of the materials somehow misled us. My expectation was that we would review mitigation items and the policy items as we reviewed before, because pretty much the issues, the devil is in the details.
So if I can just get a procedural clarification so we don't have the mishap again. The item was continued from April 13th, and it was our expectation, I mean, that's the document there. Is it the commission's expectation that we reproduce the document, or how does that get brought back to the meeting?
Is there an update on the EIR that reflects the new scenarios, or how are these getting processed?
There's no update. What we're doing is trying to get comments on the draft EIR as it stands. At the same time, we're trying to develop the 2 additional scenarios that'll be analyzed in another analysis. I mean, we have to define them before we can analyze them. And we did provide a staff report with information on the mitigation, but we were not going to, you know, reproduce and send a book like this out again. We were relying on the commission to use the copies they received earlier.
But is the draft EIR that's forwarding to the council on the 8th, does that include these scenarios, or does it not include these scenarios?
It does not include the 2 new scenarios.
It does not include the 2 new scenarios.
Right.
Okay, well, I don't have any additional comments on the existing scenarios.
Okay.
So thanks for clarification. I'm sure that some of us may provide the comments via email. But then I would like to come back, so to use this time, I would like to come back to the comment that I made in April in regards to the job analysis. At that time, we also had a consultant at the table that was taking us through EIR, and I was hoping that that besides of some of the verbal feedback that we were receiving from the consultant, there could be something more material, and apparently there is nothing. So let me repeat the comment that I made. It's about jobs, and I said back then that there are different types of jobs in Palo Alto. Some of jobs are local, some of jobs are original or countywide. And then for this reason, accommodation of the housing for those workplaces should be allocated in a different way. There should be, from perspective of the local jobs that are pretty much contained within the city boundary, that excludes Research Park and Stanford University. Those there should be those jobs should probably have a higher priority than jobs that are needed by the corporations that are located in the research park or Stanford University, which are pretty much larger employer than local one. So I suggested that we treat those jobs differently and we look at the housing differently for those different employers. So has any analysis been done in this regards?
Well, thank you for repeating that comment. I think what we'll do is consider and prepare a response that will appear in the final EIR. I don't know whether, I don't know how easy it's going to be to slice the jobs and analyze them in the way you suggest. I know that, often we think about jobs in terms of the different sectors that are represented by those industries or those jobs. But I can certainly ask, and because you made these comments on the record this evening, they will appear in the transcript, and the EIR consultant will address that fully in the final EIR.
Thank you.
Acting Chair Gardius Carr Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. In further response to that, I think it's helpful to separate the policy considerations from the environmental considerations. So if your comments are directed towards the environmental analysis, the methodology of how we determine how many housing units will be necessitated as a result of one particular job in the research park versus a more localized job. That's something that is appropriately analyzed in the EIR, and we want to make sure that our analysis and our methodology for assessing that is appropriate, and then we would respond to that comment in the EIR. However, if you want to pose the policy consideration, that's something that is more appropriately analyzed in the actual comprehensive plan and promoting policies that are directed towards that distinction.
Yes, I understand this. I thought that pretty much this comment was for both, right? For the policy and also for EIR. Thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners? No? So that would conclude this hearing.
Do you have any members of the public who wish to address this item?
I don't think so. Do we have any speaker cards in this topic?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. So with this, let's move to the next item, which is comes to our agenda again. This is pretty much a review of the hearing on the Fair Court number 3 and number 4 single-story overlay rezoning. And we have Amy French that will be presenting this to us. Thank you very much.
Yes, good evening, Chair Gardius and members. I would like to note that we do have a slide presentation. The last time we spoke in this room was April 27th, when the Commission did continue this item to a date certain, that of May 11th, what was then continued for lack of quorum to today's date. At that meeting, we did convey the petition we received the night before from the Talisman Drive on the south side, folks that wanted to secede, if you will, from the boundary, and that was deemed acceptable by the applicant later that night in conversation after the hearing that I had with them. Then what also the Commission asked about the covenants, codes, and restrictions that were in place on this tract that allowed the threshold at application to be 60%, and how enforceable are those. We did have a paragraph in the staff report that explains the city's lack of enforcement of those. It is a private matter, and it is not enforceable by the city. So the applicants have requested a rezoning so that the city's rules would apply in this regard. The Planning Commission also asked to continue this past the council's action and consideration of the Royal Manor single-story overlay. The council did not approve that single-story overlay for several reasons, one being the less than 70% at the time, and that one did not have a CCNRs in effect at the time they made their decision. They also asked for staff to return with some evaluation of the ordinance, the method of gathering votes or signatures, staff's involvement in that as per the code, and possibly changing the code to consider an Eichler zone district, as well as Eichler design guidelines. So that is on a tract that is out there. In any case, that particular single-story overlay cannot come back in. They are interested in coming back in, but they cannot come back in until next year. The code says they cannot resubmit until a year after their initial submittal. So then we have a map showing the nearby single-story overlays. Royal Manor is, of course, this one here, the largest one, and the Faircourt proposal. So up here on the screen, I have the findings that are required for rezoning. And basically, it's public health, safety, and welfare is the main finding. This is found to be supportable by Title 18. We're looking for a creation of convenient, attractive, and harmonious community, and promoting comp plan policies, programs, and goals. And we have a goal: safe, attractive residential neighborhoods, each with its own distinct character. And there is verbiage about Eichler neighborhoods designed as private enclaves. In the comp plan, we also have a couple of other policies that talk about the scale and character of neighborhoods and areas of the city. So after April 27th, the last time we were here, the applicant did revise proposal formally to delete the Talisman properties on the south side. This had the effect of removing a two-story home and a modified home that no longer appears Eichler-like. And Talisman is a legitimate boundary, it's a street, to define a single-story overlay. Since just last week, we received 2 reversals of original supportive signatures. This happened a bit on the Royal Manor project. So what that means is the current level of support is 59% for the revised boundary that the applicant requests. That's 26 out of 44 folks. And the applicant has told me just today they have another supporter they've talked to. But we do not have a signature from that supporter as of the moment. Just up on the screen again, the original single-story overlay boundary, kind of showing this secession of this line of homes on Talisman on the south side. One of the two-story homes on Ross was one of the withdrawers of their support, and the other withdrawal was here on Lewis. I should say the pink homes here, the lots are the two-story homes. So here it is with the revised boundary, 44 homes, currently at 59%, and maybe one on the way. It meets the other criteria, that is the number of one-story homes to form a district. So that's it. We have a few pocket slides if some other topics come up regarding some of these outlying areas. And I know the applicant would like to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. So with this, we would like to open a public hearing and collect speaker cards. If anybody from the audience present has speaker cards, we will allot 5 minutes to each one of you. But of course, we would like to start with the applicant. Is applicant present? Will 5 minutes be enough?
Yes, it will. Thank you. Yes, I wanted to thank the commissioners for taking the time to review our request for a single-story overlay. As Amy has explained to you, we currently have 26 out of the 44 homes in support of the SSO, which is just 1% below the 60% required. And we have identified a newly owner who acquired the property as a result of a death of a former owner. And we believe he will be a supporter, but we don't have his signature tonight. I think it's important to recognize that the ability of signers to reverse themselves is very difficult to anticipate. We only learned of the 2 reversals that occurred since we last met with you in April. We only learned of that on Monday of this week, day before yesterday. So it's not unreasonable, I hope, that you would still nonetheless approve the request as it is tonight, knowing that we will be very likely to get one more signer and thus go over from 59 to 62%. This whole initiative was prompted, of course, by the tear down of one of the original, now 60-year-old Eichlers in our Eichler tract. And this has caused there to be very good support from present Eichler owners of our efforts. Something on the order of 10 individuals were actually involved in going around the neighborhood one at a time, speaking with other owners and gaining the support that we have presented to you. And I thank you very much for considering approving this.
Sir, can you just say your name for the, is that Roland Finston?
This is Roland Finston.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
One of the 2 applicants.
Push the wrong button. Let's see, so Allison Cormack, then followed by Alice Stiebel.
Good evening. My name is Allison Cormack. I live on Ross Road in one of the homes that's affected by this request. Let me start by saying I love living in my 1-story Eichler, and I have no plans to build a 2-story or sell my house. However, I am here tonight to speak against this proposal. Regrettably, this has become a pretty divisive topic in our neighborhood and also in the city. I realize my position is not popular, but I would like to respectfully share it. Retroactively changing the rules about how other homeowners use their property does not seem appropriate to me. There are much less restrictive ways to preserve the open space feel in our backyards. For example, the 2-story home next to my Eichler is a thoughtful addition that does not affect my backyard or raise any privacy concerns. Massing might need to be near the front of the lot to accommodate existing home layouts, but it is certainly possible to have a 2nd story without disturbing your neighbors. I was encouraged by council comments about improving the review process after the Royal Manor vote failed. I should note with more support than the one before you tonight has. Fixing the existing process seems like a much more reasonable way to proceed. I would specifically ask that you consider removing the Ross Road block from this proposal. You can see that there isn't sufficient support. More importantly, I don't believe that our block, which already has 50% of the 2-story homes listed in the amended proposal, fits within this. We have 7 houses on our side of the street, including one that's got a talisman address and is actually not an Eichler. 2 of them are 2-story, 5 houses on the other side of the street, which are not included in this proposal. 3 of those are 2-story. Our block of Ross Road is a wide street with mature trees, and it already accommodates a variety of heights and architectures. I encourage you to come visit the area and take a look for yourself. Thank you for serving on this commission and for listening to everyone's thoughts and concerns.
Thank you. Alice Stiebel, followed by Marjorie Wexler.
Good evening. We have experienced the effect of no single-story overlay directly. We've lived at 840 Talisman, which is on Talisman, this single house that is turquoise right there, right. So we've lived there for 49 years. 19 years ago, the across-the-street neighbor at 2575 Lupin, can you show where that is? The pink one. Pink one right across, right. They built a second story on what had been an Eichler and moved out, sold it for a tidy profit, and moved out. So it was obviously not for them, it was for making money. As soon as we were informed that the neighbor planned a second story, we objected to the city that the second story would invade our privacy. We were told that we had no standing to object, so we could not prevent the project from going forward. We were trying to appeal it, but we were told that we could not. The result was that this second story looked directly into our family room and kitchen through our large clear story window because of the way that our home is designed. After already having experienced the invasion of privacy by second story construction in our neighborhood, we feel strongly that we especially want our home to be included in any single story overlay in our tract. Now, in fact, what happened was that because we were the only supporters on our side of Talisman, the south side of Talisman was stripped off. But I would like to have you consider the fact, while we're talking about this one other family that might sign on and support it, that we in fact did sign on and support it before our side of the street was stripped off. So I would just like to register that if you're considering whether the neighborhood meets the 59%, the 60% or not. And we are all, even if we are stripped off, we very much support it because we think it's important for the character of the neighborhood, and we also want to support the neighbors in what they're doing. So we very much support the proposed overlay to preserve the character of our neighborhood by preventing any second-story construction in the future so that our Eichler neighbors will not have the same experience that we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marjorie Wexler, followed by Rivka Sherman-Gold.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Marjorie Wexler. I live on Thornwood Drive, and I'd like to express support for the single-story overlay. For many of the reasons you hear over and over, the houses were designed for indoor-outdoor living with private backyards. I've been thinking a lot about property rights, since this is what it seems to boil down to. And I'd like to say I'd like to retain the right to keep the property that I purchased, which includes a private backyard, and it includes an expansive view of trees in the sky. I'm not sure I would have purchased that particular lot if it didn't have those characters and those characteristics, and having a second story next door would change my property. So I just want to urge the commission to maintain the character of our neighborhood, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Rivka Sherman-Gold, and then Dabin Kao.
Good evening. I'm Rivka Sherman-Gold. My husband, Irving Gold, was here, and I moved into our home on Arbutus Avenue 30 years ago. We like our Eichler home, and we did some home improvements some years ago, keeping the architectural principles of Eichler in mind. We also have a lovely garden, both in front and in back, so we like it. However, we are opposing the second-story overlay. When we bought our home, there was already a two-story home across the street from us, and it was obvious that we will be able to enlarge our home if we choose to do so. Now we are actually considering doing so because we need a larger house, and we want to modernize the 60-year-old home with updated technology, larger kitchen, more bedrooms, and larger bathrooms. These $2.5 million homes don't meet current standard of living. As many people do nowadays, we work from home, and we use 2 of our bedrooms as studies. And we just don't have enough room to host family, and those 2 tiny bathrooms are an embarrassment. So much so that we have to put our family, when they come to visit us, we have to put them in a hotel. Now, we don't drive cars made in the 50s, and many of us do not wish to live in the 50s houses that stayed in the 50s while their inhabitants moved ahead with technology and lifestyle, moved ahead to the 21st century. Over our many years in Palo Alto, we have seen many changes. One of the most significant change that became evident in the past 10 to 15 years is the need to build taller homes and taller buildings. This is evident everywhere in Palo Alto. Just the other day, a 3-story building replacing the Olive Garden restaurants was approved. Many, if not most, or even all, Palo Alto homes that underwent significant remodeling or were replaced by new homes are 2-story homes. So there is a need. And I wonder why should people everywhere in Palo Alto be allowed to build 2-story homes while our property rights would be restricted by neighbors for reasons that, in our view, and I'm sorry to say, some of you are my friends, actually, I don't know if it has to do with, say, good neighborhood, actually. We are concerned that if the SSO will be approved, that the neighborhood will undergo significant deterioration and will turn into an unattractive area populated by people who object to changes and by renters. So actually, this may become a rental housing community. There are 3 rented houses next to us. 2 of them are eyesores. One of them is growing weeds that are, moving into our yard. It's quite intolerable, and we want to have neighbors, not renters. Limiting property right and specifically banning 2nd story limits asset value and will attract more people who purchase homes as rentals and don't spend money on improving their home and their gardens, which is bad for the neighborhood. In terms of privacy issues, we hear a lot about them. There are ways to deal with privacy issues with shrubs and screens and various means. And this is living in a city. We live in a city. We cannot expect full privacy everywhere. And some people talked about the sun in their garden. The sun in their garden really, whether a 2nd-story home in the neighborhood will actually affect how much sun their garden has is questionable. Some will not, depending on the house, depending on the direction of the sun, etc. So this, we hope, cannot drive the decision. So my husband and I want to say here that we are objecting to the SSO. Thank you.
Thank you. Dub and Cow, and that's the last card that I have. If anybody else wants to speak, then pass a speaker card. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Da Bin Gao. I live in the 2-story home that has been excluded in the new rezoning, so I have no vote in this matter. I only come up to speak because of some of the statements that Ms. Siebel made about my home, 3575. Ms. Siebel lives on 840 across from Lupin. And huh? I didn't do it. Yes. My hearing is still okay. Ms. Siebel said the previous owner remodeled the home and then immediately sold it for profit. That was not my understanding. I believe that house was remodeled in 1996, and when we bought it in 2001, the lady told us they remodeled it 5 years earlier. Now they have gone through divorce, therefore they were selling that house. And another point that Ms. Siebel made, that from the 2-story home, our home, we could see through her living room through a large glass window. Well, my eyesight must be getting old. Yeah, I don't see that. If you look at the map, her house faces Talisman. The large windows all face Talisman. On the Lupin side, we could only see the garage door and no window. We could see nothing at all. I hope my eyesight is still good, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's Anka Kreber and then Richard Willits.
Good evening. So I have to apologize. I'm not prepared to speak at this meeting. I own a house on Lewis Road, the one in the corner next to the creek. It looks to me Lewis Road is really changing in a two-story neighborhood if I drive along Lewis Road. And while our Eichler has been totally remodeled and there are really no plans to change and put a second story on our Eichler or offend the neighborhood in any way, I believe this process is really broken and needs to be revisited. I can't predict what my kids are going to do or need to do in 10, 20 years from now. I don't want to be restricted by this kind of rule. And I believe there has to be a way that neighbors get together and are considerate of each other and make plans which is working in the neighborhood. I had no knowledge that our next door neighbors were the ones who retracted the signature. I do know they laugh and want to conserve their Eichler as well. I totally trust their decisions if the day comes when they have to remodel. A lot of Eichlers are not in a good state right now. It's a flood zone. Not any Eichler can be restored. We were lucky that ours could get restored, but many are getting really old, and I think Palo Alto needs a solution for coming up with a reasonable way to bring them into the modern world. And we are not there yet with this process we are going through. And I don't know if it's possible for Lewis Road to be excluded, but I don't think that would be the solution either. I think we really should look at design guidelines and the neighborhood in general to come together.
Thank you. Richard Willits, that's the last card that I have right now, unless somebody else has come forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. I only want to say that the SSO process that we've been going through in the city for now a year and a half is essentially originally designed as a replacement for the single-story restriction that this particular tract has in its covenants. So presumably, people, when they buy these houses, know that there's supposed to be a single-story restriction. Those single-story restrictions have had, from time to time, not been strongly enforced. The point of bringing the SSO is in order to essentially normalize the situation back to what it was in a way that fits with the current houses. With regard to what the last speaker mentioned about the quality of the houses, one of the things we have consistently noted, if you go around the city and look at places where SSOs have been implemented, you'll notice that given the direction that the city is essentially firmly, and as Councilmember Niss said, objectively deciding with an SSO, the homeowners then are free to upgrade their houses in a way that is consistent with the SSO. Generally, those areas that have SSOs, the homeowners have invested. They have invested in a way that we call out and not up, which is consistent and which is in harmony with the rest of the neighborhood. And we hope that this SSO in Faircourt 3 and 4 will have the same effect. Currently, there is no other effective way of controlling this process. There are things that have been discussed with the city council member, potential guidelines. Those are things that we look forward to working with the city in the future on, but they do not exist. To protect the neighborhood now, it needs to have an SSO. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards. Are there any additional? Adrian Duncan?
Thank you very much. I am an original owner of an Eichler, and I want you to know that I came from Austria with my husband and 2 children about to have a child. And we couldn't find anything we liked real well in San Carlos or Redwood City or et cetera, and found Joseph Eichler was building these beautiful little homes in Palo Alto. And he agreed to give us a second mortgage. We had the most lovely 5-bedroom house. And I have come to do many things in which I have used this property. I teach biointensive farming. I'm a sculptor for 35 years at the Pacific Art League. And I want you to know that there are many places that would come up and shut off the sunlight to my home, where I could not have these little tours that go around and instruct people as to how to grow things. And I know that it's probably not an effective thing to worry about what one person's sunlight has been cut off, but if I suddenly can teach many, many people how to grow biointensive farming, the sunlight will be cut off for many houses. So I want you to consider this. It's a beautiful house, it's a lovely setting, and I don't want to have anybody putting up some great monstrosity next to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, that's all the cards that we've received. Any additional? Anyone else would like to speak? To thank everyone who has come forward today.
Thank you, Acting Vice Chair. This concludes our public hearing. Thank you very much, all the speakers and presenter. And since this is pretty much our second hearing on this topic, I would like to come back and remind you about the discussion that we had back then. And also, I know that our colleague Commissioner Alczyk was present at the time when Royal Manor, I think, was heard by the City Council. So I would be looking for his comments from the perspective of council understanding. So, if you remember, we passed a motion which was proposed by Commissioner Downing, where we were looking for guidance from the City Council in this regard. We were uncomfortable with the change of support, what happened on Royal Manor and what happened on this proposal, and as we may see, it happened again. And for this reason, Commission voted to look up to City Council for guidance, procedural guidance on how to approach single-story overlays. So with this, I would like to ask about Kara and Amy, if you could just give us, having this on mind, if you could just give us your understanding, what are our options in considering this in lieu of our prior decision and also discussion that was at the City Council. That would be very useful. And then after this, I would like to ask our colleague Michael Alczyk to advise us about his perspective and his understanding from the same meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't I start off, and Amy, please fill in where needed. So the council did not, of course, make a decision on this particular application. They heard another application. There were lots of comments, and what they said was that they wanted to have staff do some further analysis and directed us to do some analysis on sort of the balloting procedure in general, and also to explore an Eichler-specific design criteria. And whether that should be incorporated in the zoning code as an overlay or in a separate design code was something that they wanted us to further look into. In that discussion, the council also recognized that this particular matter was still pending, and at least one council member said that they did not want to discourage the Planning Commission from taking action on this particular item, but there was not a formal motion or action on that particular issue. With respect to your options tonight, you can, I think you have 3 options. You can move the proposal forward with the talisman piece removed. You can move it forward with some, lesser boundary. You could, make a recommendation to the council that it be rejected outright. And then fourth, you could make a recommendation that council, I think, delay the matter until the more policy-oriented questions have been answered.
Thank you. Commissioner Alchik.
Okay, so I attended that council meeting, and I mean, I'm sure many of us are aware of what was said. I guess my perspective was that the council spent a great deal of time going around, and the general sense was that the process is not serving the city well. And I don't think any of them were particularly comfortable with the notion that the numbers were so close, but yet not quite close enough. And I think that particular project, that particular application had its own issues that are different than this particular application. But I think a lot of the discussion revolved around sort of the clarity of what this in fact does. And I think that sort of the biggest takeaway was that the majority of the conversation made by the supporters of the application revolved around Eichler preservation. And the council, members of the council articulated that this is not an Eichler preservation process. Nothing about a single story overlay preserves Eichlers. And so the conversation then pivoted to a discussion about, well, what is the likelihood, or what would a design specific framework look like if it was an Eichler specific design area, and how long, and I think they sort of punted to the staff saying, can you come back to us with some relevant discussion on what that would look like? Maybe an overlay that was design oriented, related to Eichler preservation, as opposed to single story overlay. I think in fact there was a discussion, I think even somebody suggested that there are 2-story Eichlers. So in what regard would those potentially be, So I think at one point there was this discussion of, there was a motion or a suggestion of motion to at least implement this on a short-term basis, like a 1-year SSO, which was rejected. And I think the ultimate, it's hard to say there was a consensus because there was a lot of, it was very close. But I think as a majority, they weren't comfortable making a decision about single story overlay, mostly because of process issues. So I don't want to spend more time talking about that, because I think there are other, people might have different perspectives of what was set up there. But that was sort of my takeaway about the general approach to the way they discussed it that night.
Thank you for the summary. Commissioner Tanaka.
At this point, I didn't have any comments.
Say that again?
I thought this was your button. No, it was
I got comments.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Sorry, this was Commissioner Waldvogel.
Sorry, it's hard to tell which button is which here. I'd like, first of all, I'd like to thank all the members of the public who came out to speak tonight. It's very helpful in these deliberations. I'd like to go back to comment that Mr. Willits made, that there is a CCR in this tract for single story, and I'd like just like some additional clarification. I understand there's no HOA active in the tract right now, but is this CCR currently a binding covenant on this tract? I mean, can anybody answer that question? Yeah, that's a question to staff.
You know, this is kind of a legal opinion. When these run with the properties, and you know, it's not anything that city staff can have anything to do with. It's a private matter.
I understand. I fully understand that it's not enforceable by the city, because I think the question that's in front of us is whether the city will step in as provide air cover to enforce. I mean, effectively, the SSO is adding a code component that backs up that CCR. But do we have a CCR in place that runs with the property and that's governing?
Thank you. Yes, as Ms. French stated, there is a CC&R, and for members of the public, what that stands for is covenants, conditions, and restrictions. And it is a legal document that restricts properties. It's recorded on title to the property, and as Ms. French said, runs with the land. So when somebody sells the property, that CC&R placing restrictions will continue to control. We do not believe that there is an active HOA at this point that will enforce that CC&R. It might be able to be enforced by individual residents, but that generally is not cost effective. We have not seen that take place routinely with these types of CC&Rs, but that is an additional remedy that is available. And also, as Ms. French said, since the city is not a party to that CC&R, the city cannot enforce it.
Let me just continue. May I continue? So if that's the case, aren't we actually creating tremendous development risk in the tract by not having an SSO? Because anybody who sets out to build a second story is potentially subject to a lawsuit from a neighbor demanding enforcement of the CC&R.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
I mean, this seems to be a difficult. This is a difficult situation. And I guess just one final question along this line: is there does the HOA go away, or is the HOA just dormant? And in theory, the residents in the tract just need to go and elect a new board and start up again? I mean, sort of does anybody know what the structure of that is?
So we do have a copy of the CC&Rs in the file. I can try to look at that while we proceed with the hearing, if you like.
I may come back to this, but I'll just defer, see if anybody else has comments.
Very good. Thank you. I don't see any other comments, so no. Commissioner Larczyk.
Okay, so I'll share my thoughts on this. I found many of the arguments that were made before council and many of the comments that we received, especially via email, to be very persuasive. I also think this is a broken process. One of the comments that I found to be easily the most persuasive was this notion that compelling neighbors to collect signatures in person from each other was a process that maybe this city should not be encouraging its residents to do. It's an uncomfortable and potentially antagonistic process. And one of the, again, one of the most persuasive things I heard was this notion that if you were going to so significantly affect someone's property rights, then maybe a signature should be notarized, which would encourage people who are thinking of signing a document like this to maybe spend a little bit more time consulting an attorney or other individuals they rely on for advice on matters like this. I mean, I happen to be an attorney. I happen to focus, my practice was focused on land use issues. I couldn't agree more with that comment, which was made at the council hearing. There's such a strong, this process is, we're allowing a public forum to exercise a very private agreement. And in doing so, I just think I think the result has been, has shown itself to be very complicated, and I think adding layers of, I guess you could call them hurdles, I think could really only benefit the city, because it can put us in a position of saying, look, this was a very thought through decision. And it's very uncomfortable to have to sort of wonder which of these residents has potentially reneged on their position, why, and to see a number sort of go from 70 to 60 or from 60 to lower suggests that people weren't entirely sure of what or they no longer agree with their decision. And this is a very important decision. I know I'm not the only person tonight that, this may not sound diplomatic, but I find it a little offensive, this notion that a two-story home is a monstrosity, that no two-story home can get built in this city. That's not a monstrosity. I don't agree with that position. If you approach the notion that any two-story home is going to be a monstrosity, then I think there's not a lot of room here for a design review process that will encourage the preservation of two-story Eichlers, which doesn't make sense because it's very difficult to understand if we're talking about just a single-story overlay or the preservation of Eichlers, and that was an issue that came up with City Council. So with respect to this particular application, I would support, and I will make a motion, that we recommend City Council does not approve it, and frankly, when we first did this, which was I think almost a year ago, there was a comment at our commission hearing that the signatures gave the applicant an opportunity to be heard by the commission and by the City Council. In this particular sense, I don't know that, I mean, 59% is very close, but it's not 60. I just don't see why we would, if we could stop this process at this point, that's what I would do. Because I don't know that it even makes sense for City Council to do what they did on Monday night, or 3 Mondays ago. Again, maybe they'll be more expedient with their time, since this is a very similar scenario in terms of the dropping percentage of support. But I guess to stay on topic here, I would support a motion that we encourage them not to approve this application. I would encourage them to continue the direction they gave staff about a broader discussion about what would it look like to have an Eichler preservation design component to our single-family design review process. And I would also encourage them, if that, I don't know that needs to be part of the motion. I just hope that maybe that'll be part of the context of the discussion, that they strongly consider a different process. I know Councilmember Berman had mentioned it that night, and I don't want to guess who else said it because my memory is not serving me right, but there was this whole discussion about maybe a ballot process where somebody went in. I specifically remember a discussion about maybe it happens during our voting process so that you apply and it gets put on our local ballot, and when you go into your local polling place, if you're in that neighborhood, you have an opportunity to sort of vote on something a little bit more formal and not so, not a process where you are approached by your neighbor maybe multiple times on the same topic. And I mean, there was a whole discussion about they approached one of the residents of a house and that didn't work out, so they approached a different, I mean, that whole there's an element to this which I find so unfortunate. And I know I'm taking a lot of time here, but this is a bummer. And you have relationships here that are devolving, and I think that process has everything to do with it. And so we have a lot of common goals here. They're huge fans of Eichlers, and there is a very dedicated, community of residents that I remember distinctly on that meeting on Monday night that the council members had reflected on how many people for and against suggested how much they love their Eichlers. So there's clearly consensus on the idea of preservation, but done maybe in a more flexible way. And I hope that by suggesting that they don't approve this application and encouraging them, by recommending to council not approve this application and also recommending to council that they continue their effort to investigate an Eichler design component, that actually can become a reality sooner than later. So that these particular communities that are interested in preserving that architectural style have that opportunity before it's too late. So I'm going to make that motion now, and then if you want to keep on discussing, you can. So I'm going to make a motion that we recommend that council does not approve this application, and the second part of that motion will be a recommendation that council continue to encourage staff to come back with a Eichler design guideline that could potentially complement the current single-family review design process.
Thank you, Commissioner Alczyk. So would you mind, because we still have a hearing, so I would like to hold on this motion and continue. We have still open question and that Kara is researching. So we have a motion. We're going to come back to this motion, but let's just continue with the hearing. Let's make sure that we exhaust all the comments and perspectives. And I have one question from a different perspective to the staff. Do we have currently any pending applications for any development in this area?
No two-story applications.
Do we have any other applications of remodeling or
I don't know.
Changes? But no two-story.
If there are building permits applied for a kitchen remodel, I'm not aware of them.
No, I was thinking about some additions. No expansions. Okay, so that's the second question that I have is since there was a direction from the council, how long will it take to develop guidance as council requested?
My understanding is, there's a meeting this next week where council will be the meeting of the committee as a whole. We'll be talking about the work plans, this thing that they discussed, directing council to return with preliminary ideas, evaluation of the program, is one of many possible work items on the department's list of things to do. So there'll be a discussion about that this next week. And so no one has done an evaluation yet as to how long that'll take, how much money for a consultant, et cetera. There's been preliminary discussions in advance of next week's meeting, but nothing prepared to date. So I have no answer.
Could you give us and the audience some estimates? We're looking for half a year when this would come back to the commission with the proposal of the cross-town Eichler preservation guidance, or?
No, I think I don't have any more to add than what Amy put forward. We don't have a recommendation. We don't have a timeline for that project yet. So no, there's a lot of different things on the plate, and we're hoping that we'll get some guidance on how best to sort out those different priorities.
Okay, thank you. So we have Commissioner Tanaka.
I have two quick questions for staff. So this is first for the city attorney. So have you actually read the CC&Rs in terms of what it says about the single-story overlay? And if so, maybe you could comment on that in terms of like your reading of it.
Sure. So interpreting CC&Rs is a specialized area of law, and so I can tell you what they say. That, there may be some particular questions that I cannot answer. This set of CC&Rs for this tract does, as we mentioned, have a limitation that only allows single-story houses. A portion of some of the tracts are also governed by an additional set of CC&Rs that actually limit the size of the house to 1,200 square feet, and then also have some additional requirements with respect to setbacks that are separate and apart from the zoning setbacks. And then with respect to the Architectural Design Review Committee, it's interesting to see these historic documents, but the CC&R designates Mr. Eichler as the one of the members of the original Design Review Committee, and then does have provisions for appointing other members if the original members were to die or to step down from the position. So there is a process for reactivating the HOA or Design Review Committee that has apparently been deactivated. Also, the CC&Rs do contain a provision that states that if a two-story residence or other residence is built that violate the CC&Rs, that if there is no lawsuit that is initiated after the project is completed, that there is no further enforcement remedy. So there is a time that cuts off enforcement, private enforcement under these CC&Rs.
Great. I have, of course, great deal of difficulty, not being a lawyer, actually interpreting that, so that's very helpful. So it sounds like, in layman terms, you're saying that there are currently things in that CC&R which are already being violated in terms of square footage, in terms of setbacks, in terms of single story, many other things beyond just single story that's currently being violated, but that the remedy in the CC&Rs is that essentially, unless there's a lawsuit that actually commences with the finishing of this construction, that's it. So there's not a legal overhang on someone's head for this.
So that's, my reading of the CC&Rs. There may be some, additional legal precedent that extends that statute of limitations, but based on the plain reading of the CC&Rs.
Great, thank you. And in your experience, I'm sure there's CC&Rs all over the place that were written 100, 200 years ago, which may or may not be, maybe out of date, quaint, whatever. What happens in those kind of situations, right? Maybe, for instance, the sea has risen and there's just water there now, right? But what happens when you have these out of date CC&Rs? What happens in those cases to the rules, and what's the general course of action?
Well, I think the most common CC&R that has been deemed by the courts not to be enforceable is a racial covenant. So courts have, many CCNRs had a racial covenant in them, and the courts have said those are just not legally enforceable. So you can have certain conditions that are not legally enforceable. Sure. You can have other conditions that may need to be reformed,
sure.
And as a result of changed circumstances, and generally CCNRs have provisions for modifying the CCNRs.
I guess, there's changes here where, maybe in 1950, the value of land in Palo Alto was, X, and today it's Y. And so there's been significant changes in terms of land values. But okay, so it sounds like there's some things that the courts have done, but there's not really a process involved in terms of how to update it unless they reform this committee. Okay, great. Okay, and then the second question, and maybe this is for you, Amy, is has anyone talked to the folks that changed their vote, why they changed it? And if so, could you tell us why?
I've only spoken with one person who had changed their vote, and then I spoke to her when she came to change it back. She came and visited me at the, let's see, it was Tuesday, just yesterday, and said she wanted to reconnect with her yes vote. And so I said, I showed her the petition, and I showed her the thing that had said it was a handwritten note. And so I just made sure she understood what she was doing. And as far as, why she was doing what she was doing, and I have the evidence of that right here, but it doesn't have, an explanation in writing to say why, but she was concerned about, and she does have a relative that is in the opposition of this, and so it's a little bit awkward, I think, for her to have both sets of circumstances. In fact, the gentleman who is her relative did email the Planning and Transportation Commission about this, but it's awkward for her to be in this position where she feels this way, and yet she has a relative on the other, in another house, but in the other camp, I guess.
Okay, so there wasn't an explicit reason why the vote was changed, at least not that you could speak of.
And not that I feel comfortable talking about.
Okay, so, and then what happens in the case when let's say a husband and wife disagree, one person thinks they should do it, another person doesn't think? What happens in that? What vote wins?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, we only, in the code, which is what staff has to deal with, it does say one vote per property. And we do have in this track one where, there was an initial signature, and then and it happened at Royal Manor too, and then there was the spouse, and then it was a retraction. So I think that in those cases, we have gotten the original signer says, oh yes, and now I agree with my husband, or whatever that might be, and now they're together on it by the time the reversal or the reversal of the reversal comes in.
Okay. So I can understand why council talked about a notary or some other process other than a single person voting. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tanaka. I have one question also in regards to homeowners association and how it stands in CCR. If here for this application we require 60%, what's the language of the review of the second story in CCR or homeowner association? What's the majority required to approve second story addition? I would like to compare the language in CCR with our requirements.
For any HOA, for any CCR revision.
Yeah, just want to see which is stricter.
So the CCNRs do not have a particular threshold for voting. They appoint 3 members to an architectural control committee. And then they just specify the duties of the architectural Control Committee. So it doesn't, they don't specify whether, you know, it needs to be a unanimous approval or majority approval.
Okay, so I guess in this, relating this to our current situation, pretty much the neighborhood, which is tract 3, number 3 and tract number 4, they would have to elect their homeowners association that would be then designating this architectural committee in number of 3 members, and they would be reviewing the projects, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So which in this case, having 60% support for this overlay, had the citizens or had this neighborhood elected HOA, they would have had a majority, and they would be able to pretty much restrict. By having majority of 59%, they would be able to restrict second story.
Well, I think you're asking 2 separate questions. One is what you need to do to amend or reactivate the CC&Rs. And that question is more broad. That requires, if the community wants to amend the CC&Rs, they can do that by a majority vote of current homeowners. Otherwise, the CC&Rs are just renewed every 10 years as is. So that's one issue.
So CC&R, sorry for interrupting. So yes. CC&R, for clarification, so CC&R is not active at the moment? Is it still enforceable?
No, the CC&Rs are still enforceable and still active. It's the Design Review Committee that is inactive. Okay. So in terms of amending the CC&Rs, that is done by a majority vote of the homeowners, the current homeowners. And in terms of if the homeowners were to activate another design review committee, the CC&Rs do not specify what type of vote is required to approve a second story or to approve any type of development.
So it looks like they have a possible parallel way of just having their perspective besides our SSO.
Absolutely.
Zoning.
Yes, the CC&Rs are another vehicle for enforcement.
Thank you. Any other comments from? No. Okay. Looks like we have exchange. Any comments from the staff?
Well, I don't think we heard a second to the motion, so I don't know if you're...
Yes. Thank you very much for reminding. I was just waiting to make sure that everybody had a chance to speak. So we have a motion on the floor as presented by Commissioner Alczyk. So let's come back to this. Do we have a second to support this?
I will second the motion. I'd like to speak to that when it's appropriate.
Very good. So Commissioner Alczyk, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I've said everything I need to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Waldvogel.
Yeah, I agree there are process problems, although I don't think they're quite as dire as has been discussed tonight and in previous meetings. But the reason why I support this motion is that I have a very strong preference to revive the HOA and resolve these issues via CCR amendments. It sounds like the CCRs have not been looked at in 60 years, and they have some, it sounds like they have a number of problems that need to get addressed. But I think that would be a great tool. I would support an SSO for the entire tract, but at this point, I'm actually a little, I'm conflicted because I don't know how to interpret signatures on the petition at the boundary of the revised tract, at the reduced boundary that we're looking at tonight. I don't know whether somebody who might be included in a new SSO would shift support if they knew that they're getting a restriction and they're not getting any reciprocal protection. So that one leaves me a little concerned. And for those reasons, I would support this, this motion.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? So if you don't mind, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to your motion. So the amendment would be to not to accept second-story applications till homeowners association is being reactivated.
So just to clarify, is that for this particular application or citywide?
No, it's for this particular application, right? We're talking that the motion was for.
I think what she means is talking about SSO applications.
You know, I'm talking about this particular. The motion was for this particular neighborhood.
Do you mean further SSO single-story overlay applications, or do you mean applications to build two-story homes?
No, for two-story homes for this neighborhood.
That's what I thought you said.
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to just suggest why that may not even be an option?
Yeah, so I'm concerned about that particular issue was not agendized for this evening, so it's essentially requesting a moratorium against accepting applications for second stories in this area, and I think that we would have to agendize that for further discussion if you wanted to act on that.
It sounds to me if the HOA is reactivated, and I believe what you told us is that it has recourse on second story until projects are completed. I think that's what you told us. So I think that if an HOA were reactivated or there were some serious direction toward reactivating it, it would make filing a two-story application pretty risky in this tract, whether we proceed down this alternate track or not.
But just if I may respond, my understanding is if there is a HOA and there's a design commission, the design commission would review applications, would review any design applications, so pretty much they would take action before anything is being built. So for this reason, it's a proactive control of any development in this neighborhood. So what I was looking for is just to give the homeowners chance to pretty much get organized themselves, not to waste their effort that they had on this, that they spent for the last year and a half, and would like to just respect pretty much what their accomplishment, although it didn't meet the boundary, the threshold.
Let me just,
just
I can make life
clear
easy.
on that,
I'm
though?
not going to accept the friendly amendment, so this is going to be a moot conversation. I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment. Number one, I don't think we have jurisdiction to even do that. Number two, when the discussion of a moratorium went up on city council, there was not even a small minority of people who supported the idea of stopping development of second-story homes in the last SSO discussion, and so I don't think making that recommendation would be prudent. So I appreciate the idea. I think what you're trying to do is, in the interim of this process, to come up with a design review. You want to protect people from the injustices of two-story home living, and I don't foresee. I don't accept that as a friendly amendment. You can try to make it as an unfriendly amendment, but I think we should proceed on the vote.
Very good, thank you. I think that Jonathan wanted to say something.
I thought I had heard, and I may be mistaken on this, I just wanted to clarify for the record that the applicant did meet the threshold for filing the application, and that's why the matter is before the commission. Again, there isn't a process of evaluating reversals or changes in erosion of support. At the time of filing, the applicant did meet the threshold for filing. So I just want to make that clear.
This is the same scenario that occurred with the last one. They met the threshold and then fell below it.
Yeah, and I'm not speaking to, the thought process of how one may decide on that. I just want to make sure that we're clear that even though we may not like the process, it is consistent with the standards of the code.
I'd like to move on. I would argue that to some extent it might have been even relevant to know if they had met the threshold from the beginning without any changes of the now new defined zone. So the zone the area has shrunk, right? And the current percentage is still below the threshold.
Well, I guess
there's a report that they're at 62% with this new person. They think that is supportive, but we don't have the signature as we have on the, the one yesterday.
I'll be frank, I don't even like the idea of referring, I don't like, it's a bird in the hand is worth two in the, right? I don't even like the idea of sort of suggesting that that we have a signature until we have it, because my entire problem with this process is the signature process. So I just want to, I guess my question, I don't want to derail this, but I guess my one comment would have been, it might have been relevant to know if they had met the threshold of this smaller area from the beginning.
Yes, they did meet that smaller threshold from the beginning, and they technically, if we're talking about signatures, I do not have signatures. I have emails from the two that have withdrawn their support. It's an email from that person. It's not a handwritten. The only person that I have a signature for is the one that reversed their reversal. That's a signature.
No, I just meant about this new homeowner who may or may not, in fact, support.
I mean, it's as valid as the other ones that emailed, but they didn't give me a signature. So if the signature is the...
Right. No, okay, I get it. I guess my question is we don't have any more sort of amendments. I'd like the process to sort of move forward judiciously.
Very good. Thank you. So I still will exercise my opportunity, and I will propose this as an unfriendly amendment. And we're looking for a second. I guess I don't have a second. So we're going to then proceed with the original motion as it was proposed by Commissioner Alczyk. So all in favor? Opposing? And I'm going to abstain from the vote. So 3-4, 1 abstaining. 3-0-1. Thank you very much. So motion passed. So with this, we're closing this topic. Thank you very much for all those that attended this hearing. We're going to take a few minutes break. We're going to take a break. That's a good idea. Okay, let's take a 5 minutes break. It will allow us to regroup. So we're back. Planning and Transportation Commission is back at session. And the next item on the agenda is 567 Maple Avenue. And I believe we have a staff review.
Yeah, thank you. Sheldon Osting will present the project for us. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. The applicant is also here, and they have a PowerPoint presentation as well. This is a request by Golden Gate Homes for a tentative map to subdivide 2.47 acres into 16 single-family lots and a private street. The applicant also requests for some exceptions to some lot standards regarding the lot size and as well as dimensions of the lots. So just a brief overview. It's a 2.47 acre lot with 4 existing single-family homes that front Maybell. There's also behind it, the balance of the property is a former and vacant orchard fronting Climo Avenue. Just for context, that you have Maybell and Climo, that intersection is actually a restricted access, so only pedestrians and bicycles can go through there. The proposal is for a 16-lot subdivision for single-family development and 1 private street. The subject property includes 2 zoning districts. The property along Maybell has the R2 low-density residential, and then the balance of the property actually has a multifamily designation. The property is flat. There are a number of mature trees on the balance of the vacant property. It's surrounded by single-family, multifamily, and the Barones Park is to the south. There are also 3 schools within the vicinity. This is kind of the crossroads, so to speak, of a lot of morning activity for pedestrians and cyclists and people trying to get to school and work. A little bit of background. There's a lot more background that I think the applicant will probably give, but it's more of currently. There was a 23-unit project submitted in June of last year that included a subdivision and architectural review. There was some constructive feedback given to the applicant from staff as well as the public, and subsequently the applicant submitted a 16-unit project in late December, and that was just for the subdivision, and they've suspended their architectural review at this point, trying to get through the subdivision process. So specifically, the subdivision is recommendation from this commission to the city council, and there are a number of findings. And there's also the conditional exceptions for deviations from the zoning development standards, and they are using R1 standards, which is allowed for under the applicable baseline zoning. So for instance, lots 14 and 15 are smaller than the standard 6,000 square feet. Lots 10 through 12 and 8 through 9 do not meet the minimum lot width. And lots 1 through 7, 14 through 16 do not meet the minimum lot depth. The project was subject to an initial study and mitigated negative declaration. And after review of the project, the PDC shall recommend adoption and provide any comments or recommended changes as it may deem necessary. And the attachment B includes those draft findings. Regarding the subdivision, there are a number of findings. These are set up in a different way. They're more kind of in a negative way, but after review of the plans, the PDC shall recommend denial if any of the following findings are made. And you can see the attachment B for the draft findings. And then regarding the conditional exceptions, after review of the plans, again, shall recommend approval if all the findings are made. And these are generally, if there's some special circumstances about the project or property, and these are general welfare types of characteristics, and whether or not the project is compatible with the surrounding. And those findings are also made in the attachment B. So specifically for the project, there would be 5 units along Maybell, single-family units, with 4 of those units sharing driveways. So the curb cuts there would only be 3 curb cuts. There would be 11 units on the interior with access to a private street, and that has access to Climo. So there was a traffic impact analysis conducted as part of the CEQA analysis and for the project, and concluded that there would be 114 new daily trips from the site, and that during the AM peak hour, there would be 9 new trips. So not a lot, and that 6 of those trips would be using the Arasadero-Climo intersection. And then there would be 12 peak afternoon trips. There were public outreach made. The city held 2 stakeholder meetings. These were neighborhood leaders that were identified. We reached out to them and held 2 meetings, October 22nd, November 4th. There was a number of concerns at that time. This is with the 23-unit project regarding traffic and the density of the project. And then the applicant held 1 community meeting last month. And that included a wider community attendance. And at that meeting, there was consensus that there is an existing traffic issue and that the city had corridor improvement plans to implement. In addition, there was broad support for the 16-unit subdivision as currently proposed by the applicant. So some of the key issues here, we have the subdivision and conditional exception findings, and kind of weaving into those be the issues of compatibility and connectivity, as well as you have the mitigated negative declaration. So with compatibility, the single-family subdivision would be compatible with the adjacent development. The project includes a low amount of traffic, of new traffic. So it's not likely that when developed, there would be very obvious that the 2 of the lots that are less than 6,000 square feet, or that some of the lots are short several feet in width or 10 feet shorter in depth. So the overall character of the subdivision would be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Regarding connectivity, just some of the context. As mentioned, there are 3 schools within the vicinity. It's a 1/4 mile from the El Camino corridor, which includes retail and other services. There's no sidewalk along the Maybell frontage of the project. And then, in general, Maybell Avenue has a very inconsistent street improvement. The curbs are a little different, some gaps in sidewalks. Some are attached, some are detached. So regarding that, the project does propose to include a new sidewalk along Maybell, and that would be a detached sidewalk. So you would have a curb, a landscape strip, and then a sidewalk, and that is consistent with the existing sidewalk that's to the north of the project. In addition to that, staff does recommend a pedestrian linkage to be included in the project. This is an appropriate time to request this because this is a new development, a new subdivision. They're drawing new property lines. And so the northern edge of the project is also within a 1/4 mile of El Camino, which is ideal walking distance, and it includes Walgreens, and then just across the street there a little ways would be like Starbucks and some other things. So to encourage walking, the comprehensive plan, bicycle transportation plan policies support developments that include pedestrian linking facilities. So the exhibit that you see on the slide there is something that staff produced that uses the applicant's plan, demonstrates that linkage. The finer details would need to be worked out later, but the walkway would be designed over a utility easement that's necessary for the project. So the applicant already has a utility easement. It's not necessarily in that location, but it's one that they have to get through from the interior to Maybell anyway, and so it would use that same width. The plan was discussed with the City School Transportation Committee, and the issue of safety was mentioned, as well as that a comment was made that the path doesn't seem to be designed for bicyclists. And staff will concur that this is a pedestrian path, and that there's some design things that could be done, some elements that could be done to discourage people from doing things that they shouldn't do. Again, there's going to be a curb, there's going to be a landscape strip, that you can have shrubs, so that would maybe deter people from making a left turn on a bicycle onto that path, for instance. The initial study and mitigated negative declaration was circulated between May 6th and would continue on through tomorrow. So far, we have not received any comments on that document. The potential identified impacts would be to biological resources, and that had to do with there are mature trees on the property, so there may be some nesting birds, so that would have to be considered during the construction of the project and the mitigation for those nesting birds. So with that, we we do have a recommendation that the City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approve the tentative map and allow for the division of land of 16 lots in private street based upon the findings and the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation. Again, the applicant is here, and they have the author of the traffic impact study as well. And the city does also have the consultant that drafted the environmental document. Thank you.
Thank you. So does this conclude staff review?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So with this, let's open the floor to the public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do have speaker cards.
And I think you want to hear from the applicant first, right?
Yes, of course, yes. Yes, this would include applicant. If we have applicant, that would entitle applicant to 15 minutes. I don't know if the applicant wants to use that much time. So, and then consequently 5 minutes for each speaker.
Thank you, committee. Good evening. We've been working hard to get here for a while, so I'll try to be brief. Sheldon covered it nicely, a lot of the aspects of what's going on. Quick introduction, my name's Ted O'Hanlon. I'm the consulting project manager for Golden Gate Homes. I'm joined here tonight by Yurong Han, who's the managing director, also a resident of Palo Alto like myself, in managing the project through site planning. We are in South Palo Alto, as Sheldon explained, off El Camino. Maybell Avenue runs parallel to Arrastradero. Some of the neighborhood highlights include 3 important schools, Briones Elementary, Terman Middle, and Gunn High School, as well as Juana Briones Park is right across the way from this particular site. We studied the zoning just like the city did very carefully to really understand the aspects of it as a transitionary zone. With the RM15 and the R2 into the greater Barron Park area, which is predominantly R1. You know, that aside right now, I want to talk a little bit further back than what Sheldon did about our experience with the property, which was acquired about 2 years ago in April 2014. During that period, we did a study of what might be best for an outcome and what the neighborhood and city would approve. We came up with the plan in September 2014 for preliminary ARB for 30 units in total, which included 5 R1 type units on the Maybell frontage and 25 units on the interior. It also included a full ingress and egress onto Maybell Avenue, which we were aware that the city preferred, but we were also aware that the neighborhood generally did not prefer an extra access point to Maybell Avenue. Through a period of review, ultimately that 30-unit plan was withdrawn in January 2015. And then we'll pick up where Sheldon did on the current application, which was brought to the city in June 2015. It was a 23-unit plan. Again, 5 units on Maybell. We reduced the number of units on the interior from 25 to 18. We continue to utilize the village residential component of the municipal code. Instead of a full ingress and egress on the Maybell, we adapted that to include emergency vehicle, bike, and pedestrian access. And we also had another change, and it was really the change that the neighborhood reacted positively to, was a reduction of the number of curb cuts onto Maybell from 5 driveways to 3, whereby 4 of the homes would share 2 driveways. And really from the 23-unit plan and working with the neighborhood, that was the only piece of that application that was received favorably. Both the density on the interior was not looked upon favorably, nor was the access point for emergency vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles. We went back to the drawing board, so to say. We updated that application to 16 units total. We reimagined the site as an R1 pure play to the extent that we could. And you'll know that there's exceptions asked in this application on lot width and lot dimensions, but it very much respects the R1 aspects of the code and follows the predominant area of Barron Park, whereby these would be single-family detached homes, despite the fact that we are next to some very densely populated properties of Tan Plaza and Arrastradero Park Apartments. Bringing it full circle, one important thing to note on that application, we did away completely with ingress or egress of any kind onto Maybell Avenue. What came out of the 23-unit plan and talking with the neighborhood was that the neighborhood desired Maybell Avenue as it is, understanding that 4 homes that are existing would be replaced by 5. However, they wanted to keep the nature of that intact and not have another access point onto Maybell, because Clemo does a wonderful job of doing that already for emergency vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles. And it doesn't allow cars through as well. So that was really the impetus for reducing and removing the ingress and egress. Back when we bought the site, though, or acquired it, we studied the property to understand, well, how dense could this actually be, and how would that work economically? What's the greatest potential outcome of this from a density perspective and an economic perspective, which I'll circle back to. But this drawing represents the R2 with duplexes along Maybell and 30 townhomes on the interior. Now, we already knew, because of what occurred with the property in 2013, that running this application through the city would not turn out positively and would get us nowhere. But we were aware of what could be possible if we were willing to take it on. In any event, we brought the 30-unit application to the city, which I previously mentioned, in September 2014. The 5 homes on Maybell were met somewhat lukewarm, at least the driveway increase was not. But the 25 homes in the interior were not, and essentially we did away with that, understanding as well that the ingress and egress onto Maybell was not going to be interesting to the neighborhood. Moving forward to June 2015, this is the 23-unit plan. You can see depicted the emergency vehicle, bike, and pedestrian access onto Maybell. Those are 18 single-family detached homes depicted under the Village Residential Code. What we discovered during that point was we had 2 impediments to that application truly moving forward. One was the neighborhood also didn't like the density again. They thought it was still had too many units than they would prefer. The other was the municipal code for village residential was presenting itself with a significant amount of challenges. And we thought it best to find a better way to reimagine the site than to take time to fully run the municipal code through Planning and Transportation Commission and perhaps City Council to understand what that meant, which might be a process of years and a great legal expense. So in December, we brought the 16-unit plan to fruition. We brought it to the city after meeting with the neighborhood quite consistently. One thing Sheldon didn't mention is we did have another large-scale community meeting after the preliminary ARB where we learned more about their ingress and egress preferences, but also learned more about their density preferences. We did meet in small groups throughout the summer and throughout the year 2015 and have continued that in 2016. But what the 16-unit plan did was compress things. In order to fit 16 units onto this property, we had to get a little bit more creative, thus the exceptions requested in lot dimension and lot size. We also did away with that ingress and egress onto Maybell, as I mentioned, one out of neighborhood preference, but also to do away with private drive space, which would take away from the ability to make as many 6,000-foot lots as possible. Which was 16, and we wanted to hold to that very carefully. This is the same slide. It just takes off all the colors. Doesn't present very well in this forum, but it does display that 14 of the 16 lots are 6,000 square feet. 2 of the lots are less. One is 5,000 and one is about 5,700 and change. Well, it took a great leap to continue to reduce the density of this site compared to what I showed earlier in the presentation of the 40-unit plan. Golden Gate Homes is taking on a significant amount of risk by continuing to reduce the density and going with this R1 plan. While a single-family detached home in Palo Alto sells for a significant amount of money, the lesser unit count does have its own financial opportunity costs. What I've sketched out here, and probably better in your package to look at, is what might 16 single-family homes sell for and paying an in lieu fee for the BMR requirement versus 5 single-family homes on Maybell, and 30 townhomes on the interior. Understanding that, yes, there would be a process hurdle to get that through, but existing zoning would allow for it. The difference of this on the back of an envelope, but using actual sales comps of recently sold homes in the Barron Park vicinity, leaves about $19 million on the table for Golden Gate Homes. So we're very interested in moving this application forward, even taking upon this risk, but the passage of time is significant, and there are risks here, and we are very interested in moving forward with this plan. This is in your package. Again, this is the list of the comps that were used to derive it. Essentially, your single-family homes that are less than 10 years of age and about a half a mile of the site are selling for anywhere from $2.6 million to $3.6 million, dependent upon a lot of variables. Townhomes, and the most recent comps in the vicinity are at Ricky's Hyatt. 4 townhomes sold in 2015 for $1.9 million. So we would estimate those being worth $2 million. A very quick analysis, but I think it does shed light onto the amount of cooperation that we've made and the amount of risk we've taken upon in order to move an application of a site forward and execute it. Now, the last piece that I really want to focus on here before I run out of time is the pedestrian path that the city has recommended. I think it's very important when we think about pedestrians in this neighborhood to focus on the most active pedestrian users, and those are the people attending the schools, the kids. Both Juana Briones, Turman, and Gunn would have no use for this pedestrian path. They are all west of the site. The pedestrian path is there only to serve the commercial corridor on El Camino. Perhaps a kid might use that off hours, but we all know that the busiest time of day here is in the AM and PM peak hours of the school dismissals and arrivals. We have a position on this, and our attorney has drafted a letter, which is part of your package as well. We don't feel that the pedestrian path is necessary. We feel it's unreasonable, and given the degree of this site at 16 units, we don't feel that that impact is there. This is not 30 townhomes that might use this pedestrian path. It is perhaps 11, if not less, based on some of the logistics I'll talk about. The M&D and the TIA do not recommend a pedestrian path like this. Clemo Avenue will provide all of these residents of the interior of the site with adequate pedestrian access to Maybell Avenue, and just as safe because there's the bollards there that cars do not have throughput on. We also reference the comprehensive plan. T10, the most needed improvements to fill gaps in the sidewalk system. Part of our application, we are dedicating 10 feet of Maybell frontage to the city for a sidewalk. We feel that we're already achieving the goal of the comp plan by dedicating that to the city and essentially connecting Clemo Avenue to the Arostradero Park Apartments sidewalks, which is about 330 feet of sidewalk. We don't feel that there's a added benefit to a pedestrian path that bisects 2 of the Maybell frontage properties. There's a project impact to this. We didn't put it in our original plan. It's not in our application. There's a financial impact. The pedestrian path would be about 1,200 square feet. It'd be about 10 feet wide. It would be 89 feet, which is the Maybell lot frontage depths, and then it would cut another 30 or so feet to connect to the Hammerhead. About 1,200 square feet in Palo Alto of dirt right now. It's $300 a foot. I think we all can be pretty comfortable with that number. That means a 6,000-foot lot in Palo Alto will settle for $1.8 million. And I think we would all run out the door with a check if we could get a property for that amount. But for Golden Gate Homes, not being able to develop that and committing it to an easement, that costs them about $360,000 on an unfinished property. On a finished property, not being able to sell that in a fee simple format to the ultimate homeowners of this might cost them over $700,000 in value, if not more, because by bisecting these lots, you also compromise the privacy of what's drawn out between lots 2 and 3, this pedestrian access. We also feel it compromises the security of the whole neighborhood or potential neighborhood because cul-de-sacs simply are safer neighborhoods. This extra throughput for pedestrians is a security risk, and we don't feel that that is a desirable feature to the ultimate homeowners of this property, and we really can't calculate what that is worth. The staff report has observations as well, which are all make perfect sense, about vehicle conversions and single operator vehicles. You know, for people to make the choice of getting in their car to, as Sheldon mentioned, Walgreens and Starbucks up on El Camino, that's just not, I don't think that that's the choice. It doesn't make sense to me. If the goal of the comp plan is to encourage pedestrian activity, I think we've achieved that with the 330 feet of sidewalk we're putting onto Maybell. And again, I'll bring it back to the neighborhood we've worked very closely with. They're behind us. They want the same Maybell. They understand 5 homes are going to go there, but they don't want another pedestrian access or bicycle or car or EV. I got curious because the staff report says it saves people 600 feet of walking. So I got out my tentative map and I analyzed it from every lot in the interior. And I found that actually on average, it doesn't save people 600 feet of walking. It saves them maybe 300 feet of walking. And in others, they wouldn't even have a reason to use it. And that's why it's not a benefit to the 11 homes on the interior. It's maybe a benefit to perhaps 8. And you could even go less than that from there. There's actually only 1 lot that it saves them 600 feet of walking, but we're talking about walking. I think when somebody makes a conscientious decision to not get in their car to walk, they're not making it over an extra 600 feet to walk to get a cup of coffee or to go to Walgreens or otherwise. That's the pragmatic side of the argument. So in conclusion, I think I've gone over time, but we've worked 2 years to get here. We really appreciate the opportunity to bring this plan to you. It's come with a lot of hard work with staff, the community, and neighbors. This has been very well vetted, even the Maybell ingress and egress, because we discussed that closely with the neighborhood way before the pedestrian path was put into the staff report. We have a significant amount of neighborhood support on our side. There's an online petition that has 236 people that have signed it. The Palo Altons for Sensible Zoning, as well as many other people in the neighborhood, offered a letter to the city in January supporting the plan as is, without a pedestrian path. So we very much look forward and hope that you'll approve the M&D, and approve the tentative map, and we would go to the next phase of city council. We'd very much like you to approve the tentative map without the condition of the pedestrian path, which is item number 8. And we thank you very much for your time, and we'll leave it open to questions and answers. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let's move on to public comment. Terry Holzmer, followed by Bill Ross.
Good evening. Let me get my notes for a second. Well, I know what I wrote anyways. I don't live in this neighborhood. I actually live in the Ventura, California Avenue neighborhood. But I'm here supporting this proposal because I think for the first time that I can recall in Palo Alto history, at least in my history that I've been here 20 years, this developer, Golden Gate Homes, has spent significant time with the community directly. I've been working with other projects in my neighborhood, and I only wish the developer had spent as much time with our community as Golden Gate Homes has done. This project has been vetted quite significantly by the community, and the community has clearly spoken that they want the 16 homes, the lower density, that they want the improvements that Golden Gate Homes is suggesting, including the elimination of the pedestrian path. And I believe that this project is something that should go forward. It's an opportunity that shouldn't be lost. And I think that We have a lot to learn from what Golden Gate Homes has done here. And I hope that other developers, we hope, can find the same path that they have found, which is working with the community directly, especially those that are most affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Ross, followed by Lydia Koo.
Good evening. I'm the attorney that drafted and maintained the underlying CEQA action while the referendum was pending concerning the same property. I support the staff recommendation, but I join in the applicant's request and in Terry's request to remove condition 8 on the record land use decision. I would suggest there are some very well-founded land use planning and environmental reasons to do so. What are we dealing with? Pedestrian walkways. Where is that implemented in the general plan? We come to the transportation element, and the recently completed bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, July of 2012, makes clear on page 2.4 that it supports the transportation element for the implementation of facilities, services, and programs that encourage and promote walking and bicycling. Section 5.3 of the bicycle plan sets forth in a textual basis recommendations for the location of pedestrian walkways in a very detailed manner. It's at pages 5-25 through 5-30. There's nothing that describes anything like this in association with a track map application. That's the text. Let's go to the visual portrayals. That's contained in figure 6.5, which is on page 6.26. The property is located in the southeast quadrant, and that sets forth both bicycle and pedestrian ways that would be encouraged for future development. There's nothing there. Well, let's go to the environmental side. Is there anything there that suggests that there should be something like this pedestrian way? The applicable sections would be greenhouse emissions, which is section 7. This is appendix G to the MND. There's nothing there that would suggest that, pages 35 to 38. Let's go to land use. Land use wasn't even found as a significant impact, so there's no mitigation proposed there. Finally, let's go to section 16, transportation. There's no mention of any type of mitigation that would approach this. So what you're left with, what's the basis for this exaction? There's no quantifiable basis, either on the environmental side or the land use side, for what's suggested. I would suggest it borders on what's known as a regulatory taking. I would emphasize what Terry Holzmer said. Numerous people have been involved in this. In fact, this issue of the second way out in association with an EVA and bicycle and pedestrian was thoroughly vetted, I believe, 10 months ago. So why is it being revisited after the release of the MND without a relation to the real planning standards that also a lot of people spent time on, that in the specific plan for bicycle and pedestrian ways? I would suggest there's substantial evidence and legal authority for deleting condition number 8, and I would strongly recommend that you include that in your recommendation to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia Koo, followed by Joseph Hirsch.
Good evening. My name is Lydia Koo. I am a resident of Barron Park. Tonight I am here to urge and encourage you to approve the tentative map and the MND submitted by Golden Gate Homes and to forego staff's recommendation/demand of the inclusion of a pedestrian path for the interior lots to Maybell Avenue. Staff report states a pedestrian linkage between the private street network and Maybell Avenue is necessary to reduce the distance of pedestrian trips originating from the interior lots. However, what it fails to mention is that such a linkage will inherently open this path to the general public to wander through, both pedestrians and bicyclists. This is a private street and should remain as such. Clemo Avenue is and has been established to be a pedestrian and bicycle path and should be the only linkage for the residents within this cul-de-sac and for all others. Excessive paths will only create uncontrollable and unsafe situations, such as uncontrolled use of a private path. Question of liability. Who does it fall on? The city, since it's insisting on this? Pedestrians and bicyclists passing through and having to go past residents, backing out of their garages, which creates a safety issue. Lack of privacy for the 2 single-family homes which borders this path. To further support that the insisted upon pedestrian path is excessive and unnecessary is the draft traffic impact analysis report by TJKM, which states the proposed project is expected to improve overall pedestrian access and facilities by providing finished sidewalks and curb cuts adjacent to the project frontage with adequate accessible design per the ADA that meets City of Palo Alto design standards. Golden Gate Homes is to be commended for its efforts in collaborating and taking to heart the wants of the community, and its plans submitted today reflects such. It is a project that has little to no impact to the traffic and circulations on streets which are used by hundreds of children during the school year and on other days. It takes into consideration the design of the streets, Maybell Avenue designated by the city as a bicycle boulevard and both city and schools as a safe route to school street, which I find that missing in the staff report. It is compatible in its character and scale to the neighborhood. It has adequate parking for its residents and guests. It will save many of the heritage trees existing on the lot, and it provides adequate and appropriate facilities for safe, non-motorized mobility. I am grateful and thankful to Golden Gate Homes for all its efforts working diligently and transparently with the community, and I wish all developers would be just as considerate. It may take a little longer, but the end result will be satisfying to all involved. I urge you to approve this project as submitted tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Hirsch and then Ruth Lowy.
I am Joseph Hirsch, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of myself and Susan Keene, both of us members of Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning. During the past 17 months, many of us in the immediate Maybell neighborhood have shared with Golden Gate Homes our vision of what our neighborhood should be like. Our discussions with Golden Gate Homes focused on 3 objectives that we had. 1, neighborhood compatibility, that is no high density. 2, adequate on-site parking so that overflow parking is minimized and not adversely impact the nearby residents. And 3, traffic circulation that minimizes adverse impacts on Maybell Avenue, a designated safe route to schools and bicycle boulevard. The 16-lot plan submitted by Golden Gate Homes in December, with 5 lots on Maybell, 11 lots off Quimo with no direct automobile access from the 11 lots to Maybell, meets those objectives of the neighborhood. As you have seen, that plan is supported by, at last count, at least 236 people who signed the well-written petition circulated by Elaine Day. It's clear that the vast majority of people in the Maybell neighborhood, and elsewhere in Palo Alto, by the way, support Golden Gate's current plan as we do. We in the neighborhood are pleased that the staff report recommends approval of the tentative map, albeit with one concern that we have, and has been expressed by others. That concern is the newly suggested pedestrian path, which would require a significant and presumably time-consuming redesign and review of a new plan layout with little to be gained. The end of the interior roadway closest to Maybell doesn't line up neatly with the lot lines for the nearby lots on Maybell. Thus, any redesign to accommodate a pedestrian path would require reconfiguring a minimum of 3 and possibly 4 or more units. Those lots would be smaller given that all but one of them are now 6,000 square feet now, thus limiting the size of the homes that could be built on them. This presumably would result in economic loss to Golden Gate Homes and add certain constraints on families living in such homes. Additionally, the privacy of people living in the homes along the path would be adversely affected, possibly quite often. And it appears there is a large tree that would be in the way of a pedestrian path coming off the end of the interior roadway. The safety issues have been addressed to you in an email by Jennifer Friley, so I won't repeat them here. Walking to keep fit is a great idea. I wear my Fitbit, and as of this time, I've had 6,600 steps today on my way to 10,000. I won't make it today. Clearly, one half of the 16 homes would not gain anything by a pedestrian path they already front on Maybell or Climo. People living on King Arthur Court, a nearby curved cul-de-sac street, do not have a shortcut to Maybell or Arastradero, and they seem to handle that quite well. The proposed path would benefit a few, while adversely affecting others, and for most part, it has no benefit whatsoever. What has been done here over the past 17 months, 2 years, with Golden Gate Homes is reminiscent of the Terman Working Group from the early 1980s, where members of this neighborhood, myself included, worked collaboratively with the city, the JCC, and the Palo Alto Housing Corporation to develop a mixed-use plan for the then-closed Terman Middle School site. Now, 35 years later, we appreciate the willingness of Golden Gate Homes to work with us. You have a unique circumstance in front of you where a developer has come forward, has met with the neighborhood, and we have agreed on something that we think is beneficial to both sides. Accordingly, we urge the city to respect the wishes of this neighborhood, as it did in the early 1980s, and we ask this commission, as does Golden Gate Homes, to, quote, recommend approval of the project as proposed and without the addition of a condition requiring a pedestrian path, close quote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck at making 10,000 steps today. Let's see, Ruth Lowy, followed by Richard Evans.
Good evening, and thank you for having this hearing. I don't want to repeat all of the eloquent, articulate, detailed pieces of information that have been presented by my neighbors and my friends. I have lived in the Barron Square area, Barron Park, for 25 years, and am very aware of the beauty of the neighborhood, and I think that this project will be very compliant with that and will fit in very nicely. We are very much in appreciation of the collaborative effort between our neighbors and Golden Gate Homes. It has brought our neighborhood and our neighbors together in a very constructive way. So that's another wonderful outcome of that. One of the very important things was consideration of safety for our school children using Maybell, which is a very narrow street, as you know, and not having any egress from this complex onto Maybell will help to ensure the safety of our children and the other pedestrians that use Maybell, including a lot of the people who live in the Arastradero apartments, who, like all of us, end up walking down the middle of the street because of the lack of sidewalks. So with this complex, this new project, we will at least have some more sidewalks that will improve safety. One of the main concerns I have for also agreeing not to have this pedestrian path is people can be just coming out on their bikes, walking into line of traffic of the bicycles, other people walking without perhaps looking carefully. And so I see that as a real safety hazard to anyone that might be using such a path. The better thing is for them to use a sidewalk on Climo where it's already an intersection. So I hope that you will approve this plan as it is presented this evening without that pedestrian path. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Richard Evans and then David Moss.
Good evening, everyone. My comments are brief. I just wanted to second the things my neighbors have said. This plan has been really a gift to our neighborhood, considering what we had confronted in previous versions. And it's often said, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I do have the feeling that there have been a lot of straws put on the camel of the back of the camel of Golden Gate, and that this is one too many. It has no general public benefit. It has a very limited benefit, as you've heard, to a minority of the potential buyers of the houses Golden Gate wishes to buy. If Golden Gate had thought this was an important benefit and it would attract people to the neighborhood, it would have proposed it itself. It really is more of a marketing thing than a public benefit thing, and it's not something that the city should be imposing on a private developer where it doesn't benefit the community and doesn't really impact connectivity, which is already ample. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Moss, and then Rita, is it Verhel? And that's the last card that I have, so if anyone else wants to speak, bring cards forward, please.
I am not a neighbor, and all you've heard from today are neighbors, and I do not think that those 10 or 15 neighbors representing 236 people represent the will of the city of Palo Alto, 70,000 residents of the city of Palo Alto versus 15 homes. And we've been told over and over again by the city council that we have a severe housing shortage. Only a severe housing shortage. And the idea that we went from 30 units down to 23, now down to 16, is absolutely the opposite direction to what the city council has dictated that we need to go. And I just don't understand how we can get away with that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Rita Verhel. Again, I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. And then that's the last card that I have.
Hi, it's Rita Verrell. I live on Channing. So what I'm going to say does not, I believe, have the same weight as the neighbors. I'm not a resident of the area, so the comments are not as important. I think it's amazing that Golden Gate Homes has worked with the community. I attend a lot of city council meetings, and usually it is not what is said. Usually there's a lot of arguing back and forth, and residents will get up and say, we weren't invited, they didn't listen to us, they proposed something horrible and then made it less horrible, and it's still horrible, and why does it have to happen? So I would recommend that the project be supported and sent to the city council for approval. I think the value of the homes, 6,000 square foot home, are a little underestimated at $33.9 million. I agree with the last speaker that the city council has requested increased below market housing, or housing for the teachers, fire and safety workers, city employees, etc. But I don't really believe that it's one developer's responsibility to provide that. I would like to see an affordable housing unit in this project. I also personally object to basements, which 6,000 square foot house on a 6,000 square foot lot, a lot of that is going to be a basement. I think the pedestrian path is not really necessary. If people can't walk a block, then maybe they need to get an electric scooter. But the thing is that the people who show up at city council meetings or planning and transportation committee meetings or any type of committee, they have taken their time to come. The residents have worked with the developer. If residents do not want to come to a meeting and express their views, they have the option of sending an email. So I think, to the last speaker, while I respect his view, if people can't take time to show up at a city council meeting or any other meeting, maybe their views, why just as important, they're not going to be heard. So I think more weight needs to be given to the opinions of the people who have taken time from their busy schedule and from their kids and from their business and their life to show up and speak. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last card that I have. Anyone else want to speak? Who wants to bring a card forward? Going.
Thank you, Acting Vice Chair. So this concludes our public hearing. Typically, if there are any questions or requests from the public speakers, we want the staff to respond to them. I didn't hear any point that would be worth addressing, but if there is anything, that's the time.
Just typically we give the applicant 3 minutes of rebuttal time if there's a need for that.
Okay, does applicant would like to speak for 3 minutes?
No further comments other than we appreciate everybody coming out, the consideration, and I think that the theme of the pedestrian path has been well stated across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with this, let's open the discussion among...
Acting Chair, I apologize for not reminding you earlier, but this is a quasi-judicial matter, so the Commission should do disclosures.
Okay, thank you very much for reminding this. So yes, indeed, we have disclosures. So I will start with myself. So I met with the group of the residents, with Ted O'Halloran, and with the group of the project supporters. The meeting was proposed by our colleague Greg Tanaka, and this was probably 2 months ago. Any other disclosures?
So I was contacted by the developer. I wanted to meet. I said I'm willing to meet, but I want to have everyone's different perspectives there. So I emailed staff asking who felt strongly about the project, and I invited all that felt strongly to the project, at least the ones that staff recommended to me. We met. I forgot what day it was, but it was a few months ago, and actually my colleague forwarded out the notes to everyone. And basically, not everyone showed up, unfortunately, but we heard a lot of the neighbors' perspective. We heard the developer's perspective. I don't think there was anything new that was discussed that wasn't in the packet already. One of the people that felt strongly about a project that invited wasn't able to attend the meeting, so I did meet with that person later. This was Penny Ellison, and basically I heard her perspective of why she felt that there should be a exit on Maybell, and I suggested to staff that we should try to get people who have different opinions together so that they could discuss it. That's my disclosure.
Thank you. Let's see, I don't think I was available the day that you set up that meeting, but I did meet one-on-one with the developer, Ms. Han, and Mr. O'Hanlon in March, and just discussed the layout of the subdivision map and the egress and a little bit of the journey on how they got to this particular point.
Thank you. Those are all disclosures from the Commission side. So with this, let's open the floor to the Commission. Is anybody that would like to start first? No, so maybe let me just, while my colleagues are gathering their thoughts, let me maybe start with some perspective on this, what I observed. I mean, first of all, the support is overwhelming. So I think that kudos to the developer. That's really outstanding. That giving that long period of time when Golden State Homes engaged with this development. It's really outstanding, the amount of the meetings and engagement with the citizens. I think that's a very good sign, and I wish we had such collaboration with all the neighborhoods, and this pretty much brings people out and allows them to discuss the project. So thank you very much for this. It's achievement in itself, and you're just setting a good standard, good bar for the others. So that's the first observation. The second observation is I would like to say this, that pretty much giving the overwhelming support for this project, I think it will be very hard to not to go along with this motion of supporting this project. However, I think that we would be worthwhile to spend a moment and take a step back and offer you a different perspective. When we talked 2 months ago, when we met, we apparently there were different perspective of the access from Climo side and versus access from Mabel, and then after developers' discussion with the public, there was a selection of access from Climo. However, what we observed at the meeting and we follow up after the meeting, we understood that Mabel is congested itself because of a traffic that's because of different reasons using Mabel to access either local businesses or cuts through the neighborhood because Arastradero is being congested. So what happened, I forwarded the notes to present here Josh Mello, who maybe can offer us perspective later on, because this is a side issue, but I'm raising this up because I thought that giving congested Mabel Avenue, that could have somehow impacted the neighborhood decision on selecting access to Climo, from Climo side. Had Mabel not been that congested, maybe the perspective would be different. So that's one point. The reason is like this, that when I was looking at the plan, I thought that it would be simpler to have access from Mabel as opposed to Climo. There would be potential benefits. The plan would be much simpler, and then also Climo would have been preserved as a park access-only road, as opposed to having today combination of people that access park and also inhabitants of the new development. So I think this will be a potential loss in preserving Climo climate as it has today. Second thing is that my observation about cul-de-sac, and of course there are probably different camps. Cul-de-sac, as everybody knows, that's the concept that originated around maybe 100 years ago in the city planning. It was absent for pretty much several thousand years when cities were developed. And then in the United States, the planners were raising comments against using cul-de-sac because, for example, there were studies that were finding the people that live around cul-de-sac are more obese than the rest of the public. And, I didn't read the study, but I just read the comment, and that could be the case. But then there are other comments, some other observations that, of course, it separates neighborhoods and encourages additional car trips. And just thinking about our town and neighborhoods, I thought that it would be beneficial to open the neighborhoods as much as we can open them, not to separate them, not to build gated communities, encourage mobility, encourage socialization of people living across different streets. It only benefits ourselves. So that's the perspective on the cul-de-sac. But again, as I mentioned at the beginning, it will be hard to beat this, giving the overwhelming support for this project. So I hope that this allowed my colleagues to gather their thoughts. So with this, I think I have Commissioner Waldvogel.
Thank you for the thought-gathering encouragement. So a couple things. First of all, I also want to echo and applaud the team here, the developer and the community, the neighbors for coming together and collaborating on this process, coming to a consensus. I will also support this, and I will support it without the site access restriction. What is this? Paragraph 8 of the MND. I also do want to acknowledge Mr. Moss's comments. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first public hearing on this subdivision, so I think this is an appropriate place to speak up. And I could imagine a process that brings other stakeholders than the neighbors into the discussion earlier, but the process that was dictated is the one that was followed, and it was done very well, and therefore I will support this.
Thank you. Commissioner Tanaka.
I have a few questions for staff. So I guess the first question is, when and why did staff feel compelled to recommend this path?
Hi, Josh Mello, Chief Transportation Official. Throughout the application process and the development review process, we've been rather consistent in recommending access to both Climo and Maybell from the transportation staff. As the negotiations progressed with the community and the community desire to limit access to Maybell kind of firmed up, we felt that the pedestrian path was kind of the minimum amount of access that we would support to Maybell, given the walking distance. It's not a trivial addition of walking distance that we're talking about. We're actually talking 440 additional feet for someone to walk from the Hammerhead all the way around to where the pedestrian access point would reach the Maybell sidewalk. That's the equivalent of 2 downtown city blocks, which are approximately 250 feet long. So it's a fairly significant distance, and we're talking about, encouraging mode shift to walking, biking, and transit. Every little bit of distance can discourage someone from taking a trip via transit or walking to the Walgreens or walking to future transit service along El Camino.
Before you go, so for other cul-de-sacs in Palo Alto, do we also insist on having a walking path through?
If any cul-de-sac that was proposed, transportation would recommend additional connectivity. We don't generally support stub streets and cul-de-sacs because of the lack of mobility and lack of connectivity that Commissioner Gardias mentioned in his comments. So, anytime there's an opportunity to improve pedestrian or bicycle connection through a minor, walkway or bike path connection, we would make that recommendation. And I believe you have several examples of existing pedestrian paths throughout the city that was given to you earlier.
Okay, and but do you guys also factor in the number of homes that's affected? So like if it's just a cul-de-sac for one home versus 11, does that matter, or 100?
It's not only the residents of the cul-de-sac that would use this path, it would likely serve as a neighborhood connection as well, saving folks, 440 feet of distance.
Okay. But even though it's on a corner, and you could walk around the corner, does that matter?
What was that?
This property's on the corner.
Yes. Yeah, it's generally, anytime we can improve connectivity through the addition of a walkway or a bike path, we would make that recommendation.
Okay, and then I understand that this was, not this, but the project was discussed at a community meeting on the 14th. And was this proposal that staff made discussed at that community meeting? Does staff know? And if so, what was the community's response?
Yeah, excuse me. So the community meeting was held by the applicant. So they had their presentation. Staff was there in attendance. There was no mention of a pedestrian path at that time because that wasn't proposed by the developer.
And when did staff propose this? When was this path proposed?
So again, I think what you heard from Chief Transportation Official Josh Miller is that from the outset of the project, we've been looking for some access from the design to Maybell. So I do take some objection with the assertion that this was sprung up on the applicant. I mean, we've always been engaged in conversation about access to Maybell. So the form of it taking place of the pedestrian was an iteration of the process. And so, that was the last iteration of that effort.
And I would add that transportation staff made the recommendation for the pedestrian path, on our first review of the updated subdivision map.
My point isn't trying to place blame. My point was more just, did the community hear about this adequately or not? That's really what I was trying to get at.
Not apologize if it came off in an accusatory way. It's been a dialogue point that we've been talking about, and again, access is in some form or another. We've been talking about access from the site to Maybell, and so since the project was filed.
Okay, great. So it sounds like then this has been an active topic with the community for some time then, right? And
so we've had our conversations with the applicant.
So can staff characterize what has been the community's feedback on this kind of path to Maybell?
The pedestrian path, or specifically? So, I mean, the comments that we've received on the pedestrian path started probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it was in the form of emails and phone calls to City Hall. And that was after staff had dialogue with the applicant about the proposal or the recommendation that we would be submitting for the pedestrian path.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Alczyk waiting with his comment, but just before you get there, right? So, just listening to this conversation, right? Engaging with the public 2-3 weeks ago on the topic of the pedestrian access. It's giving the long perspective of the project, right? It doesn't seem like the public was engaged very early.
If I may, staff worked very hard. We knew this was going to be a contentious project from the onset, and so we worked very hard to include the community at the very beginning. That's why you see in your staff report that there were 2 stakeholder meetings. We held those in October and November, and that was at staff's direction. We met with the neighborhood groups and talked through the access that was proposed on Maybell.
And I was in attendance at both of those stakeholder meetings, and at each of those meetings I was very clear that best practices in transportation planning would lead us to recommend both access to both Maybell and Climo.
Thank you for clarifying. Commissioner Alczyk.
I don't share the concern with respect to the timing of this recommendation. I think there's this, I wasn't going to address this, but I can appreciate the sensitivity because there was such a odd response to the adjustment of this meeting. We couldn't meet 2 weeks ago, and there was this underlying suggestion that we were somehow tanking this process, like there's some concerted effort by the staff or commission that there was some sort of effort. I don't think it helps to sort of encourage that notion. Anyways, I have a few quick questions. The first question is, there was an allusion to 6,000 square foot homes. Do we know the size of these homes? Is there an average size of the home? Someone said a 6,000 square foot home on a 6,000 square foot lot. I just want to make sure our record is a little clear on that. That's number one. And my second question is on, before you sit down. I tend to give great deference to our planning staff and their recommendations. Is this connection, in your opinion, so important that not having it makes this project very problematic from your perspective?
I think not having the walkway will definitely lead to some of the folks in this new community driving when they may be able to walk or bike to access local amenities. I do think that's the case. I can't estimate what percentage and what the impact that would be to the surrounding street network and our environment, but I definitely do think that 440 feet is significant enough, especially in poor weather or on certain days for that to influence somebody's decision on how they're going to travel that day.
Okay. And then do we have an answer on that's it, that's all I have for you. Do we have an answer on that question? Just to go, maybe even the applicant can step up.
So this being just a subdivision request, they haven't given the type of details.
I just, actually, do you mind if I ask the applicant for just a general?
Absolutely.
Yeah, would you mind just reflecting a little bit in general? I know it's not totally open.
Yeah, I think things got confused when I was doing some math on what the pedestrian path would cost from a land basis. The 6,000-foot lot in Palo Alto would yield about a 2,500 square foot home. If you'd add a basement, which doesn't count in the FAR, then you could go a little bit more than that, dependent upon the footprint of the building.
It's not relevant to the dialogue right now, but I don't think there's any indication that there's also development of basement in this project. We wouldn't know at this point, would we? No. So I just want to make sure that for the record that we're a little clear here that these are potentially 2,000 square foot homes on 6,000 square foot lots. Okay. Well, look, I will support a motion that makes the findings hold on. I will support a motion tonight that makes the findings that that we recommend the mitigated negative declaration and approval of the tentative tract map. I would also support a motion that did not recommend the inclusion of the connection to Maybell. I think that I can appreciate the benefits of that connection, but I think the community and the developer have sort of shared their view on it, and I tend to defer to the developer. So that's about all I have to say about this.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Would you like to respond to this, or?
No, just wondering if there's a second
to
the motion.
No, hold on a second. We're still having a discussion. So, was this a motion, or this was just a?
No, go ahead.
I have different questions, so I wasn't sure if this was a motion or just a...
I was just suggesting that I would support a motion.
So, okay, so it will be expression of support, right? So my questions will go to different topics. So first I would like to ask for the record our Chief Transportation Official, Josh Mello, to advise what mitigation aspects may be provided to in the future to remove some traffic from Mabel. It's not relevant to this particular project, but because there's an interested audience, I would like to hear comments about some potential traffic measures.
So we are kicking off the final design for the Maybell Avenue Bike Boulevard project. We just started that last week, and we're aiming to get that project under construction within the next year. And that includes some fairly significant traffic calming and bicycle and pedestrian improvements along Maybell, all the way from El Camino back to Georgia Avenue and Donald. However, I would say that I did see some of the videos that you passed along about the congestion, and my staff and I have gone out and observed and done traffic counts multiple times along Maybell, and our professional judgment determined that the majority of the traffic is actually school related on Maybell. It's not related to diverted traffic from Arastradero. I know that's kind of the general theme in the community, but it's actually mostly school traffic. So I think the more children we can get walking and biking to Juana Briones and Terman and Gunn, I think may have an impact on Maybell.
Yeah, the concerns that we heard were pretty much that because it's a biking boulevard, as we know, and then there is a number of the cars, so pretty much the kids are at danger because they don't tend to stop at the stop signs and so forth. So we were concerned, or the neighborhood was concerned about some traffic cutting through this neighborhood. So thank you very much for sharing this observation. So I have a different question now. Thank you to the staff, and that is about sustainability of or retainage of the drainage water. So this may be eventually answered later on by the developer, but currently there is a sewer, there is a storm sewer that's being proposed that cuts through those lots and then just bypasses the lots and goes up northeast and then exits on Mabel and connects with the city storm sewer. Right?
So is that an existing condition, or was that proposed that you're speaking to?
So no, I think that the sewer, the storm sewer, is not the existing one; it's the new one, because it starts at the.
Right.
There are collection points. There are bioretention basins that you have on the sheet TM8. There are bioretention basins details that they on each lot, and then also there is a sewer, as if I read those drawings correctly, and I believe I do, that collects water from the outlet, and then connects back to the city's sewer, and you can see this on sheet TM6.
Okay. Yes, I'm following.
Yes. So it's a new storm drain line. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. So the reason I'm just directing you to this because my question is how we can retain water on the property without and then eliminate the sewer. Can this be done? And how this can be done?
So if you can just give us 1 second. So, thank you for that. So we were just talking here. We don't have our Public Works personnel on here in the audience here to help us with this. But what we're imagining, and you'll want to follow up with the applicant on this, is that they're probably meeting the standards that the city has for drainage. There may not be any additional efforts being made to capture water on site and retain that or have it be used to water, common areas or property. But you certainly may want to inquire about that with the project architect.
Yes. So the reason that I was bringing this up, right, and I know that you may not have the right people here on the floor, is that within our environmental review, and then giving it would be possible to retain the storm water within the boundary of this property if there is a higher requirement on the permeable area or higher presence of the bioretention basins to retain storm water on the property as opposed to flush it to bay.
So when you say environmental, are you speaking from a CEQA perspective?
From the CEQA perspective, yes.
Okay, so from a CEQA perspective, and we have our consultant in the audience to speak to the environmental impacts, but we found no impacts with there was no need, no identified impact that required mitigation to have a standard above and beyond the basic city requirements for the storm sewer system. So if you're asking for something above and beyond which is set forth in the code, that's a conversation that would entail, looking at the findings and how the project.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I saw on these drawings an effort to retain a portion of the storm water on the property. So when I saw the storm drainage system, I thought, why can we go farther and retain all the water on the property as opposed to flowing it to the bay? And that's where I was getting into.
So I think it might be helpful to invite the architect to speak to what their intention is about that. If it's not going toward the 100% concept that you're talking about, then that kind of a conversation would have to be tied to the findings somehow and create some kind of a nexus to that, what we're trying to resolve there. To impose that condition that would be higher than the city standard. Okay. But again, I don't know how far they're proposing to go with this.
Okay, very good. I would like to just bring this to your attention, right? Okay. Because this has no relationship to the agenda that we have today on the table.
Thank you.
So with this, we have Commissioner Tanaka.
This is kind of a follow-up to my prior questions because I want to get better clarity here. So it's actually for the Chief Transportation Official. So I just want to kind of understand, like in recent years, let's say the past 2, 3, maybe 5 years, can you tell us what percentage of the projects that had a cul-de-sacs had some sort of pedestrian access?
Just to clarify, there's been very limited number of new cul-de-sacs happening in the city.
Okay. Well, how about just in general? Do we know how many cul-de-sacs have pedestrian access?
No, I can't answer that question.
Do any in Palo Alto have pedestrian access?
We have quite a few pedestrian paths that connect dead-end streets and stub streets, and we handed out a packet with photographs of those.
Okay. Do we know, like, in general, what percentage of them have them?
I think the packet includes about, how many, Sheldon? 10 examples, maybe? 5?
I guess
six examples.
I'm just trying to understand like how common this is, right, in Palo Alto.
Well, I mean, it's not as common as it should be. It really should be a best practice when you're building stub streets to include pedestrian connectivity. But, you know, Commissioner Gardias mentioned there was a period of time where we developed neighborhoods that had, you know, lollipops and cul-de-sacs and were designed solely around the automobile. So we really didn't think about pedestrian access through, you know, between stub streets and connecting cul-de-sacs. So there's not as many as I think we'd like to see in order to encourage more walking and biking and transit trips.
What was the last time we did a cul-de-sac in Palo Alto? Do you guys know?
The most recent subdivision would be probably the Cal Avenue housing project, and that has at least 2 loop streets, so there is no cul-de-sac. It does have some very small, more townhouse back alley driveway kind of cul-de-sacs, but those are only limited number of homes on those.
There's a very recent subdivision off Miller Avenue that actually includes a walkway at the end of a dead-end street, and that's one of the photos that's included in your packet.
I'm just trying to understand whether it's like so far this is like 100%. Every single new cul-de-sac has had some sort of pedestrian access or not, and whether that's been kind of like the Palo Alto standard or whether this is exceptional. That's what I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm just trying to understand what kind of data do we have on this.
I think it would really depend on the context. Not every cul-de-sac would have an adjacent street that you could connect to with a walkway. You know, typically a cul-de-sac would be on a long flag lot that potentially could be surrounded by existing development. So in a lot of cases, you probably wouldn't have an opportunity to provide the kind of connectivity that we're recommending tonight.
Okay. I think Hyatt Ricky's has some cul-de-sacs, correct? If I'm not mistaken. The Hyatt Ricky's project, the one on El Camino. Am I mistaken? Does anyone know? Okay. I guess. Okay. So, anyways, I guess I would encourage that when this goes to City Council, that that kind of data is really good data to have for City Council, so that they could look at. Because I think for me, it's kind of important stuff to know. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So I think that, do we have any other comments from the commissioners? With this, I think that we can have a motion on the floor. So there was a discussion. I think I heard voices about the access, and I heard from Commissioner Alczyk that he would be supporting a motion without the access from Mabel. I'm not sure about Commissioner Tanaka. Are you proposing a motion, or?
For me, I'm just trying to, so I think that if I were to kind of sum up this project, I think it seems to have pretty broad community support. I think those are the pros of this project. It's much more than I think the Mabel project of several years ago. It seems like in most part there's a lot of agreement in general on this. It seems like this pedestrian path is something which staff feels that there should be. It seems like the developer doesn't want to do it. It seems like many members of the community don't want it. And in general, I tried to listen very carefully to staff recommendations, because you guys did a lot of homework on it, and generally you do it for good reasons. So I would say that I'm trying to reconcile that, and that's why I'm asking for this kind of data, right?
Commissioner Waldvogel.
Thank you. I mean, I'd be prepared to make a motion and move the mitigated negative declarations without the connector. And let me just say that the reason I would move that is that I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think that the pedestrian connectivity is a really great idea. I think it's an important concept, but I think if you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and we created a process that involved this community collaboration, and the community doesn't seem to be speaking up in favor of this piece that they seem to believe came in at the last minute, whether that's correct or not from the process. This is the first time we've had a public hearing on this. And so once you construct a process, I think you just have to take that process where it goes. So I move that we approve the MND without the pedestrian connector.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Sorry, do you want to make the full motion on both items?
I'm sorry, what's the second piece of the?
Oh, you did, okay.
Yeah, and the tentative track map.
Okay, all right. I'll second that.
Very good. Would you like to speak to your motion, or?
I'm done.
Very good. Would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that I am supportive of a motion that eliminates that connection. I would have also supported a motion that didn't eliminate that connection. I don't feel strongly enough about it that I would oppose the developer's preference to not have it included. I tend to defer to the developer in situations like this because they have to market this sort of development, and I think there's an expertise there. And while I do believe there are valuable benefits to those sorts of connections, in this particular instance, I think I'm happy to support it without that connection. I guess in the last comment that I'll make on this is that I just want to acknowledge the one speaker that came tonight that suggested a lost opportunity here in terms of density, and I hope that as we move forward, maybe the real takeaway of the Maybell development will be that we can find sort of new ways to work with the community to create greater housing density in other locations. And so that's all I want to say.
Thank you. With this, we have a motion on the floor with seconds. So all in favor? Thank you. Motion passed unanimously, 4-0. So we have one more item on the floor. So let's take 5 minutes break. Really 5 minutes.
4.5.
would like to come back to the session. So let's get started. It's 9:34. The Planning and Transportation Commission is back in session.
We ready? Yes.
The next item is review and recommendations to the City Council for bicycle or pedestrian paths along Matadero Creek, as detailed in the Midtown Connector feasibility study.
Yes, good evening. I'm Josh Mello, the city's chief transportation official. I came in this evening on my vacation just to help you with the Maybell decision and also present our draft feasibility study for the Midtown Connector project, aka the Matadero Creek Trail. With me this evening is Jeff Knowles, who's with our consulting firm Alto Planning and Design, who has been working on this project for roughly a year and a half, 2 years now. You may be familiar with this project. If not, you'll be very familiar with it by the end of our presentation. This is the draft feasibility study that was directed by City Council. And we're also going to council with this in June 20th after we present to you and get a review and recommendation. So Jeff's going to go ahead and jump into it and outline where we are to date. And then we have 5 possible recommendations that we've suggested that you may want to consider in the staff report.
Great. Thanks, Josh. Again, Jeff Knowles, Alto Planning and Design. Thank you so much, Commissioners, for allowing me to present the draft feasibility results. So our agenda tonight, I want to go through just brief introductions, a quick background of the project, where we've come from, where we're going, talk about the directive from City Council, and then release the evaluation options, and then answer it up for Q&A with you. So our purpose in this next phase, or phase 2 of the Midtown Connector feasibility study, was really coming out of a directive directly from City Council, was to go back in November of 2015 to reevaluate or re-examine the opportunity for looking at a hybrid alternative along the creek. This would mean using on-street road options where a feasible option would not be permitted along the creek, and then also to look at an alternative on-street connection in through Midtown. So that was our process. This allowed us to look at a couple different things as directed by staff. One would be the provision for a shared use path. The second would be provision for a pedestrian-only path. And then the on-street collector would be looking at something similar to a Class 4 bikeway, which would be a separated or protected bikeway, simulating a trail. So our first analysis focused on Matadero Creek. As part of our criteria, we looked at available width. We looked at property ownership along the creek. We looked at safety standards, most notably the provision of a railing to connect and protect people from falling into the creek, along with utility conflicts. As part of those minimum width requirements, we referenced the city's own bicycle and pedestrian standards. We also wanted to keep in mind the funder's standards as well. These show that there's available for a trail with between 10 and 15 feet. The city standards is set at 12 feet a minimum for a shared use path. For a minimum path, we were looking at 6 feet, no less than 5 feet in constrained areas. A broad overview of the feasibility walkthrough. We broke down the corridor between Alma and West Bayshore. It's a 1.5 mile corridor into 6 different segments, A through F. Segment A is Alma to Waverly. As you can see in this key, this section, looking at an on-street or on-creek alignment, was not feasible for pedestrians or for bicyclists. In this provision, we looked at a different on-street alignment along El Carmelo. Segment B, Waverly to Middlefield. This section was feasible for pedestrians and for bicyclists. However, there is a constraint at the First Christian Church regarding property ownership that I'll get into in a minute. Segment C, Middlefield to Ross. This is another section where it is feasible technically for pedestrians and bicyclists. However, there would be a constraint at the Winter Lodge property that would need to be overcome to make that a feasible alignment. Segment D, from Ross to Lewis, is completely feasible for pedestrians and bicyclists. Segment F would not be feasible for bicycles, a shared use path, but there would be availability enough right-of-way for a pedestrian-only path for this section. Again, we looked at an on-street alternative, a hybrid option for segment F that I'll get into in the next slide. Finally, segment F, Greer to West Bayshore, the 101 and into the Baylands. This would be seasonally accessible. There is a floodgate at Greer Road, which needs to be in place for flood protection 6 months out of the year. So this, again, would be feasible certain times of the year. So walking through our alignment that we felt that could be technically feasible, the first starting in El Carmelo, we believe that this section could, sorry about that. El Carmelo could provide an on-street alternative by using the sidewalk, expanding that out and creating a Class 1 trail. That's a shared use path for pedestrians and bicyclists. If you wanted to do just a shared pedestrian-only path, that could just stay on the sidewalk. Segment B, again, would have to actually overcome a right-of-way constraint at the First Christian Church. First Christian Church uses an easement that they have with the water district for storage, for ADA drop-off and access, for garbage access, and it's additionally a part of their parking lot. So in order to overcome this constraint, the parking lot would have to be reconfigured. And then with discussions with First Christian Church, that would be a major sticking point for them. So at this point, in their minds, they would have to have further discussion with the city about resolving that. Same would be true about Winter Lodge in segment C. To fit a shared use path, the available width you need, parking lot would need to be reconfigured for Winter Lodge and removal of parking, approximately 6 spaces. At this point, that's a negotiating item that they're not willing to discuss. Segment D is completely feasible. You could build this tomorrow without any problems whatsoever. Segment E, for a shared use path, there is a constraint where there is a utility ramp for the water district to access the creek. It pinches the trail down to a point of approximately 6 feet. This would not be wide enough for a shared use path. To provide a shared use path, you could provide something on Lewis all the way to an entrance into Seal Park. There is right now an existing trail through Seal Park that would bring you up to Maddox, and then Maddox could bring you back up to the creek. Again, segment F is wide enough. There is room for a shared use path. However, again, this would be seasonally accessible only unless the city wanted to take on liability for installing and removing the floodgates ahead of storms or at certain times of year. For a pedestrian-only path, you have a much brighter picture in front of you. This would essentially allow the El Carmelo to be used, the existing sidewalk. You would not need to go through First Christian Church's easement. You could use Hoover Park, expanding or using the existing sidewalk there, and the existing sidewalk that is between First Christian Church's property and the Southfield Apartments. It's 7 feet wide, again, not wide enough for a shared use path, but currently provides pedestrian access. The Winter Lodge property is not an issue, as we could provide pedestrian access without reconfiguring or losing parking spaces in Winter Lodge. And you would not need to go through Seal Park in segment E for a pedestrian-only path. The seasonal access only would still prevent full use of the pedestrian access from Alma to Bayshore. We also looked at the mid-block crossings. At each one of these segments, you would need to cross a pedestrian or a street at the mid-block, so areas where it's not signalized. We created some concepts to do this safely. This included on lower volume streets, essentially everything except for Middlefield Road. You could do curb bump outs, a raised crosswalk, and also provide rapid flashing beacons, which we know are effective at slowing and stopping traffic. This is an example of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, also a curb extension that would reduce the distance for people to cross. At higher volume crossing in Middlefield Road, you could also, again, provide a raised crosswalk. You could provide a pedestrian refuge island, and also the inclusion of a pedestrian hybrid beacon, also called a hawk signal. This essentially gives trail users the ability to create a red light situation for oncoming traffic and allow them to cross safely. We heard from many people in the community. This was a very robust public process. In our most recent public process, a few Saturdays ago, we had over 200 people come out for an event that was held on the creek itself and received over 112 comment cards that were provided in part of your staff report. Privacy concerns and safety concerns for people along the creek, we heard again and again. We did some safety and some security analysis looking at other creekside trails that go behind people's homes in the Bay Area, and provided that in the staff report as well. As far as privacy goes, there were many different levels of privacy fences between the access road and homes. Some of them were low, 4 to 5 feet. Some privacy fences were 6, 8 feet, and vegetation goes up to 12 feet. So there are many different ways that could be addressed in the design of this trail if it were to move forward to provide additional privacy for homeowners. We evaluated costs for both options. A shared use path would come in at $4.9 million at the planning level estimates, pedestrian only path at $3.4 million. Going to the second item that City Council directed us to evaluate was the provision of an on-street alternative. We looked at Loma Verde for this section. We evaluated Colorado, we evaluated Loma Verde, and we also heard from staff that East Meadow Drive could have been an additional option, but that's being evaluated as a separate project. Colorado, from initial glance, is 36 feet from curb to curb. There is an existing bicycle lane on one side of the street. However, there is a parking lane and a shared use lane for bicycles and cars on the north side of the street. Creating a trail-like situation in a Class 4 would mean the full removal of parking on the whole length of Colorado from Alma to Bayshore. So we felt that wasn't a feasible option for evaluation, so we looked instead to Loma Verde, a wider street, 40 feet from curb to curb in a typical situation. Between Bryant Street and Lewis, for the most of the quarter, 0.9 miles, you have a situation where you have a shared parking lane and bicycle lane on the north side, 2 11-foot travel lanes for cars, and a time-restricted bicycle lane on the south side. This is a bicycle lane during the daytime, and overnight it's available for parking. At the either ends, between Alma and Bryant and Lewis and West Bayshore, there is no bicycle lanes. It's a 20-foot travel lane and parking lane on either side. Our proposed cross-section for evaluating an on-street alternative is to create a raised median, a barrier-protected bicycle cycle track. So this would mean that the parking lane would be retained on the north side of Loma Verde. The bicycle lane that currently exists that's shared that parking lane would be consolidated with the bicycle lane on the south side of the street. The travelway would be narrowed to 19 feet. You would have a 3-foot raised median, and this could take many different forms, including plantings. Essentially, this would be a curb that would protect bicyclists from motor vehicles. And then an 11-foot two-way bicycle path. This is a visual simulation of what this could look like. Again, I mentioned that the median could take many different forms, and that would be something that would be developed later in the design process. I did want to call out that there are, at this point, bicyclists who travel along the bicycle lanes from almost to West Bayshore cross 67 driveways. This would be the same number of driveways that bicyclists cross in this situation. However, they would not be doing it on the north side. They would be doing it in both directions on the south side. Cars pulling in and pulling out of driveways would, as they are today, have to look both ways for pedestrians crossing the sidewalk and one way of bicycle traffic. With this design, cars would have to look in both directions for the additional bicyclists moving in a different direction. This is a treatment that comes out of a National Design Guide that talks about color treatments. You could also do different textures in the pavement to alert bicyclists and cars and motorists that you have this conflict point at those driveways. Additional detail has been provided in the staff report. I'm calling out a couple sections here where the Loma Verde design would interact or interface with the bicycle boulevards that City Council approved recently. Those would need to be looked at again to find a way for these two designs to integrate more seamlessly. The cost estimate for providing a Class 4 protected bikeway on Loma Verde from Alma to Bayshore would be approximately $1.9 million. And at this point, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. So it's time to, this concludes staff presentation, understand, right?
Yes. If you'd like, I could go over the recommendations that we've outlined in the staff report.
We can, yes, please.
Okay.
But then we go to the public hearing. I think we have a couple of cards, so.
Okay, so we have 5 options that we'd like you to consider. The first is to recommend the shared use path that combines some on-creek and some on-street sections. This is the most costly and constrained option. The second alternative is to recommend the pedestrian-only path that's primarily on-creek but includes some on-street sections. This is much less constrained than option 1, but would require over twice the amount provided in the Santa Clara County grant. The third potential alternative is a hybrid option that includes a shared use path where possible. Costs would be similar to option 1 and constraints similar to option 2. The fourth alternative is to recommend the Class 4 separated bikeway on Loma Verde Avenue. This is the least costly option, but we would need to receive concurrence from Santa Clara County to use the $1.5 million grant for an on-street bikeway. And then the fifth alternative is to, accept the study and recommend that we do not pursue any of the alternatives, in which case we would forego the $1.5 million from Santa Clara County.
Thank you. So this concludes staff presentation. So we have, let's move to the...
Can I just ask staff one quick question and then move on to this? Or do you want me to hold on?
Let's hold on with the questions. Let's hear from the public. Public is staying with us for this late hour, so we have to respect that too.
Great. So 5-minute comments, starting with David Beach and then Stephanie Beach.
Commissioners, thank you for taking your time to be here tonight and to solicit public comments. Palo Alto is a wonderful bicycling community. We've got a community, a culture that appreciates bicycles. We've got perfect weather, we've got beautiful scenery, and we've got flat terrain. I'm here to advocate the Loma Verde option because I think it offers automatic separation of pedestrians and bicycles, and my experience is that mixing them is problematic very often. I think it offers the best safety for inexperienced riders, for our school children, because they are streets that already exist, intersection crossings that are already understood, and it eliminates mid-block crossings, which I believe, despite the mitigating suggestions made by the staff, are still very problematic. There are many, many stop signs in Palo Alto, so many that they're run very often, and if you add more, if I drive, for instance, on Ross to Clara Drive, I stop at the stop sign there, I go over the creek, I have another stop sign situation in about 50 or 60 feet. I think I'm going to have trouble being patient with all of that. I also want to recommend the Loma Verde option because I think it offers more flexibility. We already have sidewalks and streets in place. If anything comes out of this, which results in learnings that might change things for the future, it would be much easier to redirect and relay out an excellent facility for the benefit of bicyclists and pedestrians. And finally, I want to point out that the number of mitigating factors along the creek, all of the options there, is significant and the cost is significantly higher. I've been a bicycle commuter for over 50 years, a recreational rider for about 20. I have a lot of experience in Palo Alto. In my experience, particularly going to and from school during the same hours that school children do that, the driveways issues has not been important to me. It's not threatened my safety. What has is when there are business parking lots that intersect. So at the intersection of Middlefield and Colorado, for instance, that's the place where I feel most likely to have some kind of a safety issue, even as a very experienced rider. So let me just reiterate, I think there are good reasons for the Loma Verde alternative, and they are first and foremost safety, and next flexibility and future planning, and next automatic separation of pedestrians and bicyclists, and finally cost. Thank you very much for taking your time here this evening.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Beach, followed by Evelyn Guernsey.
Good evening, and again, thank you for staying to this late hour and hearing our comments. I'd just like to say that I am unalterably opposed to the Matadero Creek Trail. To designate it as a creek trail envisions bucolic areas, and it is not. It is a drainage ditch. It's a flood control ditch. However, that aside, my major objections are safety. Currently, if you were to go to the creek and fall in, there is no way that you can safely get out of the creek. The sides are too steep. There's all concrete. There are no handholds. There are no footholds. So opening this up to the public, I think, is just really inviting disaster. The second major concern is one of street crossings. The trail would go diagonally across Lewis, diagonally across Clara, and diagonally across Middlefield. The notion that somehow we could put stop signs or stop lights or flashing lights on Middlefield between Colorado and Loma Verde, I think is really tempting fate. People leave Colorado, they're just passing Safeway, they've just hit their stride, they're getting in third gear. They're not going to slow down and stop for a pedestrian crossing at the middle of the block at Matadero Creek. I think that's a fantasy. So I have 2 points, and only actually 1 point, and that is safety. The safety as the creek exists right now, it's dangerous from a water safety point of view. There's no way to get out. And secondly, the street crossings. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Evelyn Guernsey, followed by Penny Elson.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to make comments. I agree with everything the Beaches just said. What they didn't say is we both live on the creek, on Clara, and I object to any sort of pedestrian or bike path on Matadero Creek, not only for safety issues, but also for noise of having all these people behind our homes all of a sudden. Who's going to clean up the trash? Who's going to clean up the graffiti? You can't have lights. The Water District has made that very clear. So there's safety issues with people being out there at night. Are students going to start partying back there? You know, the police isn't going to want to have to patrol that on top of everything else they do, and I'm sure there's no budget for that, because that has been talked about in some of the community meetings. The cost, you were given $1.5 million. This is a $5 million project, and that's a minimum. We all know construction projects go over, so what is the overage really going to do to the budget and to the city? I have a lot of concerns about the crossing of the creek on all the different roads, especially Lewis. There's already a stop sign at Seal Park, which is just, you know, a few hundred yards from where the creek crosses. People blow that sign every day, all the time. I walk through there all the time, and people rarely stop at that stop sign. So now you're going to ask them to stop there and then stop 100 yards more. It doesn't work. Just as he said, it doesn't work on Ross, it doesn't work on Lewis. I do support the Loma Verde. I do understand the need to have a cross connection. I think Loma Verde would be a great place to start because you already have parking on only one side of the street. There's already bike paths, and people are used to using that as a bike path. So I hope you do consider that and negate the whole idea of putting anything on the creek. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Elson and then Robert Neff.
Hello, my name is Penny Elson, and I'm speaking as an individual, not as a representative of any organization tonight. So generally speaking, I like the idea of a cross-Midtown connector, but I did have one concern that I wanted to raise tonight, which is I looked at the two-way cycle track on Loma Verde. This is a school route used by many kids, and the idea, one of the top reasons kids get hit by cars at Palo Alto is riding wrong way. Kids are short, a car backing out of a driveway can't see them, and a driver doesn't have the habit of looking the wrong way for a fast-moving bicyclist. And I'm not sure it's a great thing to train kids to ride the wrong way. But all of that said, this has lots and lots of intersections, which are where the kids get into trouble, has lots of driveways. If there is extra right-of-way on Loma Verde, it seems to me it would make more sense to provide a wider bike lane or, you know, some better facility on both sides of the street so we can keep the kids at least moving the right direction. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And then Robert Neff, that's the last card. That's everybody in the room. Well played.
Indeed. I'm Robert Neff, and I've been involved with the Citizens Advisory Committee for this project also. I personally favor moving forward with the hybrid pedestrian path option along the creek. This project has become much more concrete since about last summer when we finally started saying what exactly could you build on the creek instead of it being sort of this imaginary project. And I'm really appreciative of the city staff and the consultants for figuring out exactly what we can get and how much it will cost to build it along this corridor. I think, let's see, I think this corridor can add pedestrian and recreational opportunities, including the seasonal connection to the Baylands, which will be welcomed by the community. It'll improve our active transportation network, especially for pedestrians and young or timid bicyclists who would prefer to stay off the streets, or whose parents would prefer to have them stay off the streets. Obviously, we now know how much this might cost. So instead of concluding we cannot afford it, I think we should see how we can develop the funding to get it done. And specifically, I prefer the third option, which seems to give the most benefit at the best cost point. The last point I want to make is that on the demonstration day, which was a terrific event, people were able to give comments about what they thought of the project, and 75% of those who made comments were generally in favor, partially or completely in favor of the Matadero Creek alignment. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting Vice Chair. So with this, this concludes our public hearing. So again, I would like to ask my colleagues to share their thoughts with among ourselves, or maybe ask staff the questions. And I see light from Commissioner Wolfagel.
Just one quick informational question. Could you remind us what the bike bridge alignment over 101 might be, and how that would connect to any of these trail alignments?
So the Adobe Creek 101 overcrossing project?
Right.
That would be at the end of Fabian, kind of where Fabian becomes West Bayshore, where Adobe Creek. I can pull up a map if you'd like. Actually, I don't think I can. I don't think we have the ability to. It would basically be, I think, about a mile south of the segment F that's shown in the PowerPoint.
And just how would a cyclist connect to that? I mean, I assume part of the intent is to provide bay access.
Okay, so if you can see the cursor on the map there, this is the alignment here. So we have a bike boulevard project along Ross Road that would connect to East Meadow, which has existing bike lanes, and then a cyclist could head over the overcrossing via East Meadow. And then we also have a bike boulevard project along Greer Road. So there'd be a short section of Lewis that's not identified as a bike corridor that you would need to use to get to Fabian.
Thank you.
But it needs to be said also that that this proposed a connector gets to this underpass under 101. That's seasonally closed, of course, but seasonally it's open. So half a year it's open, half a year it's closed. So that connects with the existing underpass connection to the bay, to the Baylands.
Thank you for the clarification.
So while we're waiting for for the comments from my other colleagues. Okay, Commissioner.
What's the extent of access right now to the creek? I mean, do people have any business being back there?
No, it's gated and fenced. There's only maintenance vehicle access currently.
I really appreciate this concern about access to the creek, because at least my encounters, it's not as visible, right? So you're inviting individuals to spend more time there by virtue of sort of suggesting this is a route, and I'm a little concerned that that the lack of visibility of the creek will create some of the potential for the problems. I don't think they're going to be throwing parties back there, but I am a little concerned that that there could be some negative interactions. There could be some property damage. There could be issues with respect to cleanup, and would you mind sort of highlighting where the creek segments are exactly?
More specifically, where the creek segments could be for a pedestrian-only path or a shared use path?
I would prefer to discuss the shared use path. I mean, I'll just say this. I really think it would be I'm interested in a shared path, because I think that I imagine there are a lot more cyclists that can benefit from this effort than there are pedestrians. And so if we're going to spend a great deal of money, my preference is that we create a path that can be used by cyclists. I think that's a little more realistic. So maybe you could just go over that shared path,
sure,
just so I understand it.
Absolutely. So for the shared use path, what we're talking about is that a portion of segment B, Waverly to Cowper, a portion of segment C, Winter Lodge property to Ross, the entirety of segment D, Ross to Lewis, and then essentially no sections of E as a shared use path along the creek, and then along the creek on segment F.
Is the blue representative of the creek? And so you're on one side?
The blue is the representative of the creek,
So
yes.
you're on one side of the creek, and then you switch to the other side of the creek?
Yes.
You had mentioned a point earlier about the city taking on liability for closures.
That would be only if you wanted to resolve that seasonal access.
So what does that look like? In your mind, they're opening it up when the water's low?
So we already do that for the Adobe Creek undercrossing. City crews actually install and remove the gates. So it's basically just the city would decide when, the season warranted installation of the gates based on weather forecasts and, typical rainfall patterns, instead of the water district making that decision.
Oh, so in theory, maybe the season would last a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It's not a sort of ongoing management on a daily basis or weekly basis of the...
No, it's 2 points in time, the installation of the gates and the removal of the gates.
So potentially a slightly shorter season, because we would be a little bit more involved than the water district, which is probably overwhelmingly conservative. Okay. So would you mind also sort of just discussing this Loma Verde option? Is other than being cheaper and maybe the loss of some parking, I mean, are there other relevant issues that don't, like, one of the things I sort of find interesting about the staff report is it's not really suggesting an order of preference, which makes this a little harder for us if we don't have personal experience with this particular route. So is there a reason why the Loma Verde route, which just seems to be the least complicated, hasn't risen to the top?
So Loma Verde is a very appealing corridor because it parallels the creek for the entirety between Alma and West Bay Shore. It also lines up very neatly with the Margarita Matadero Bike Boulevard on the west side of Caltrain. So if we were able to create some kind of overcrossing or undercrossing of Caltrain, you could feasibly create an east-west bike corridor across the entire city, from West Bay Shore all the way to the ballpark path in Barron Park. In an ideal world, we would be able to create 2 dedicated one-way bikeways on Loma Verde, which are operationally much safer for cyclists. But because the roadway is only 40 feet wide and there's an existing parking lane, all-day parking lane that we don't want to, completely remove, that leaves us with only the ability to install a 2-way separated bikeway, which was shown in the rendering. Those are potentially dangerous for cyclists because half of the cyclists will be traveling in the wrong direction on a 2-way street, and motorists will not be typically looking to their right when they pull out of a driveway for a cyclist. That being said, it's a residential street.
Right.
These are very low volume driveways, and the majority of the people using the driveways will know that there's a 2-way cycle track there. It's not as though this is a commercial corridor where there are people visiting that are unfamiliar with the corridor. So we think the risk is a little less because it's a residential street with the 2-way facility on the 2-way street. However, that's one of the major concerns, I think, and you heard that from Mr. Neff and from Ms. Elson.
Right. Okay, so, well, I don't know. I think just the notion that the route would essentially be seasonal in all the connections that involve the creek make the creek just not that appealing, because it's just it's not as if it's just the end section. It would be several connections that would. What would happen if, let's say, we pursued an alternative, one of the options that utilized creek access? What do we anticipate would happen during a seasonal closure for several months? How would that make essentially the route unusable?
Well, I don't think access to the Baylands was really the driving force behind this project. The majority of the comments we've received throughout this process was folks seem to be more interested in bridging Alma and Caltrain to the west and connecting to the west side of the city. I think the Baylands access is kind of an added benefit, but I don't think that's the main driving force behind the Midtown Connector project.
Okay, but you had mentioned that you'd be in the creek in a portion of segment B, a portion of segment C, all of segment D. So in theory, individuals that were anywhere east of Middlefield, they're using a different route seasonally, right? Am I missing something? I'm sorry, if we use it, I'm talking about a shared use path, right?
Yeah, sorry, only segment F would be seasonal.
Got it.
The other segments could be open year-round.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I did not understand that. Okay, so I'll just say this. I recently had the experience of riding up the West Side Highway in New York. I was doing one of those city bike. I rented a city bike while I was in New York in October, which is so long ago now. But and it was two-way traffic, right? I mean, we were separated from the traffic, the car traffic, and I'll just say this. I think sort of perfect is the enemy of good here. So I would imagine that the Loma Verde path that incorporated bike traffic in two directions in closer proximity than maybe the perfect solution would otherwise have. I would support that option. Because I didn't feel particularly unsafe on that route, and there were actually a lot of driveways, commercial driveways actually along that route that you had to encounter sort of pedestrian stops. I think in this particular instance, you had mentioned it's a residential area, and we're talking about 57 homes, right? You said 57 driveways, is that right? 67? I mean, I think there's something to be said for the fact that these would be repeat users of that space, so, you know, maybe they hit someone no, I'm just kidding. I think there's an idea here that you know your own driveway, right? And so if you're going to pull out of your own driveway, you have to look both ways, and if we create a you know, first of all, pedestrian traffic would go both ways anyways. So, although cyclist traffic would be faster. So you just have to be more careful. So I don't want to take more time. I guess I would say that the Loma Verde option seems to me to be the most appealing, since I think that connection is strong. And I think my biggest reservation is this notion of inviting access to the creek, which is, I can imagine it right now, that people, if some individuals were behind your back fence in the creek today, you'd probably call the police and say, hey, there's something funny going on. That phone call will be a little different once we invite individuals to sort of use that space 24 hours a day. And I'm not suggesting it's like can only be used in a nefarious way, but there's this element that it's sort of visually hidden, I think, to some extent, that will invite. It's like the back of a shopping center. You know, if you can't see it, sometimes it invites negative behavior. So anyways, I'm not suggesting I couldn't support one of the other options. That's just my general feeling. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you. Commissioner Tanaka.
Well, I almost every day except when it rains and I have commission meetings, I bike actually cross town, so I definitely understand the need for this kind of project, and I applaud staff for moving it forward and all the work that all the citizens have done on it. So I think that's great. Kind of in my analysis, it seems like there's no easy decision here. It seems like they all have pros and cons, and so this makes the decision very difficult. So I can understand why staff brought it to us to deliberate. So, but I am actually curious to know, based on staff's knowledge thus far and all of the outreach that's been done, what does staff personally believe is the best option, given all the pros and cons?
You're asking my personal opinion, professional opinion, or personal opinion?
Let's hear both.
My professional opinion, I think I would likely recommend pursuing some version of the hybrid option, maybe starting with the easiest segment, which would be segment D, and then focusing on the connection to the Baylands and maybe advancing a connection across Alma and Caltrain. Not jumping full in, but maybe, you know, building some of the segments that are fairly easy. When we had our Greenway for a Day event a couple Saturdays ago, folks were very excited to get out and walk along the creek. And a lot of the feedback I heard was that they would really appreciate this amenity in their neighborhood. And that was only one segment that we opened up, and I walked it with my son, and it was, you know, it was really nice to be out and have a place to walk off street. There are sidewalks in the majority of the neighborhoods abutting the creek, but it doesn't provide that same kind of off-street feeling. I do think we would need to look very closely at privacy. There were a couple places where you could see directly into backyards and windows of abutting homes, so I think we need to look very closely at security fencing. But I think there is you know, and I think Loma Verde is worth looking at, but I do think we need to look very closely at the driveway conflicts and the intersection conflicts, and not forget that that could be a potential safety issue if we advance Loma Verde. Do you have any thing to add?
Okay, so And then the grant money, I mean, that's significant, 1.5 million. You know, I got to applaud staff for getting that. That's actually really key. So in Loma Verde scenario, is that totally off the table? It looks like it's maybe on the table, maybe not. I guess you guys have to check. Can you talk more about that?
So the grant application specified that this would be a recreational facility connecting the Foothills Trail to the Bay Trail. There's a master plan of trail connections with Stanford and Palo Alto, and that east-west connection was one of the key. I think we could make the argument that a separated bikeway meets the standards of a recreational facility, and the adjacent sidewalk serves pedestrians. So I think we could make that argument. I don't think it's far-fetched. The county would have to approve ultimately, but I don't think that's a stretch at all.
So, but with the other options, it's kind of a slam dunk, and the Loma Verde would be probable, but not a slam dunk. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. For the creek option, it's rather expensive though, right? And the grant money doesn't even come close to covering all of it. So where would staff get the rest of the money?
So this project has been rolled into a capital improvement project called Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan Implementation, starting in fiscal year 2017. That CIP has a total of $20 million programmed over the next 5 years. We've already committed a lot of that to the Bike Boulevard project. So if we decided to move forward with the more expensive shared use path option, this project would eat up a fairly significant portion of that capital improvement project budget.
Okay. Okay. And then, I think this has been brought up by fellow commissioners and the public as well, but I think security concerns is a significant concern, right, for people whose backyard faces like privacy, security, and we don't want this to be a breeding ground for criminal activity, of course. So what measures and mitigations do you think? Is police going to patrol this like every day? I mean, what's going to happen? Like, cameras going to be put up? I mean, lighting's going to be kind of hard to put there, from what I understand. So I guess what measures are going to be taken to really make sure that this becomes like what everyone hopes it will be, which is, a beautiful area to walk, kind of secluded, and all that kind of good stuff. But how do we make sure?
So I can answer, I guess, two sides of this coin that Commissioner Alchik also brought up about safety and security concerns. So we also had heard that very loud and clear from the public whenever we did outreach. And so we did some analysis of safety and security along creekside trails that go behind residential properties in other trails in the Bay Area, looking at the crime reports, essentially data that's provided by police departments from the city of San Jose, Saratoga, Mountain View. We looked at El Cerrito. We looked at things up on the East Bay as well, along the Ohlone Greenway. So we looked at 6 months of available police reported data about incidents on those creeks that, again, go behind people's homes. What we found was that there were incidents that you talk about, incidents of graffiti, of property damage, vagrancy, very few incidents of assault or kind of personal injury. But what we found was, and we also looked at Matadero Creek, what's going on in the last 6 months on Matadero Creek. There was one incident of vagrancy, and that's really the number one thing that you kind of invite, is that if it's left open, like any park that the city of Palo Alto operates today, dawn to dusk hours, which is what I think this typically could allow for, that's what you're going to be probably faced with, so dealing with vagrancy issues. What we know at a national level, looking at trails across the country, is that I cannot tell you that a trail is going to make those properties safer. But what I can tell you from looking at national literature, this is something that every community faces when they talk about building trails, is that trails invite legitimate users into places like a creekside corridor that typically at this point right now only is being used by illegitimate users. And so it provides people with eyes on their property, and they provide additional surveillance and security. So that's something where if you invite those legitimate users, they can actually provide additional safety and security. The national literature says that trails along homes has no increase in incidents of crime. I can't tell you that it's going to make that safer, but it doesn't increase incidences. So That's what the national literature shows us, and that's what I think can tell us from looking at crime that's along creek trails and also a block or two away, is that you're not going to see any sort of correlation higher or lower along creeks. So then what do we do? How do we safeguard to make sure that we put into place a design that keeps it that way? And so in the staff report, we go through something called CPTED, which is Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. There are a lot of principles that landscape architects are looking at to improve safety and security just on the way you design a trail. So a lot of that is managing vegetation, making sure that there's no place for people to hide so that people aren't ambushed along the creekside trail. The idea of safety cameras and security, additional patrols, that's something that absolutely needs to be looked at and discussed with the police department. It'd be also interested to see how they currently patrol things like the Bull Park Trail, which currently goes behind residences in Palo Alto. When I spoke with the police department about incidences there, they didn't have any data to provide to talk about any instances that they could recall.
And the topic of lighting, that there can't be lighting there, it has to be all dark, is that?
So unfortunately, since this is at first and foremost a flood protection facility, it secondly provides habitat for different species, and so the water district is not permitting lighting because it will interfere with habitat essentially.
But doesn't darkness invite crime? Because unlike a park where there's lights, right, darkness means it's dark, right? And
correct, and you could also install lighting along any of the bridges that cross the creek as well, those entrance points as well.
Okay, but I'm just curious to know whether do other creekside trails, do they also have that same issue where they can't have lighting, or would this be the only unlit creekside?
No, many of them are along Santa Clara Valley Water District properties, which also do not have lights, which are also operated dawn to dusk.
I see. And you actually found that there's no increase in crime, no increase of graffiti or homelessness or stuff like that?
More than the streets that are adjacent to it, no.
Okay. So a lot of the fears are kind of unfounded.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes myself, and I'm going to just share my perspective. As I was part of this, I was a delegated PTC representative, and Greg Tanaka, our chairman on the prior term, designated me for this, or proposed me to join this team. So the perspective that I would like to offer you is different. And if you remember, before the council changed its course and pretty much directed the staff to consider the creek as opposed to connector that was ambiguously maybe creek or maybe other route, right? And this was at the time, Josh, when you joined this Palo Alto, and this was maybe your second day, and then it was your first day, and you were rushing to catch a train to Burlingame. If you remember, I talked to you back then, and also I shared this perspective with the CAC members that I envisioned it totally differently. And then somehow, a couple of months later, the city council proposed this direction that's aligned with my proposal, which was pretty much this was a vision of a recreational route that would be a park, and then it would also span through the entire city, and from this reason, when I think about this now, when council directed us just to explore this option, I think that there are no benefits that are named on the presentation sheet. It is because the council directed you to do this between 101 and El Camino. However, what it needs to be said, that there is an opportunity to establish a route across the city, or maybe even start thinking farther and then open or create recreational routes along the natural routes, which are pretty much the streams and the creeks that come from the foothills to the bay, which other municipalities have Sunnyvale has one, San Jose has one, I think that Burlingame has one. So pretty much everybody has one, but we. So that's the opportunity to fix it. Of course, there are constraints because those creeks, historical creeks, are being converted into the flow control zones. So that's going to be much harder than other municipalities achieved it. But I still think that this is the opportunity. So from the perspective of your presentation and options that I would choose personally would be to enhance the thinking and expand this study to cross-town connectors that will follow all the natural paths, not only this creek, but we know that we have San Francisco, that's maybe also under East Palo Alto jurisdiction partially, so for this reason we don't have access to the bay, but there is an opportunity to work with East Palo Alto. And then we have two other creeks, so and then we have, of course, Barron overflow that follows the same zigzag route as this one, where pretty much that wider path switches from one side of the creek to the other one, right? And we talk about this at the meeting. So I think about this as a greater opportunity. And also I would like to relate to the retail that we have along El Camino. Have we opened the route across Alma and allow people to take a bike tour to El Camino, that then we would allow those merchants to even bloom more than they do today, because maybe families would be just taking their bikes to go to El Camino to have a meal or supper and dinner and then come back later on to their homes. So, and then it would open some enormous opportunities that we don't even talk today about. And so I think that for the next step, what I would like to see, I would like you to establish some potential benefits with opening these routes to the community. And then, of course, my preference would be to continue this route along the creek, open it at some segments where it may be opened, consider possibility of crossing Alma at the level of the street today, because we know that before we just dig any tunnel or some other underpass, it's going to take years. So there is a possibility to open it very cheaply and rather quickly, maybe within a year or two, some crossing, some Alma crossing. Also explore possibility to open crossing to the Baylands. That would be not only 6 months, but longer. And we talk about some potential wall that may be built to secure the bike route from the creek, that would allow to maybe staying it open longer. So I think that there are some low-tech opportunities where this can be resolved faster than we think. Then eventually there could be second phase of just spending more millions of dollars for some underground access tunnels or something like this. But nevertheless, the summary is like this: that my proposal is that you think in a larger scale. Maybe you think prospectively about other creeks, and then you think about just connecting entire town to the bay, and then this part of the town to the amenities along El Camino and Barron Park. So thank you for your time. So with this, I think that we have Commissioner Wolfogel.
Just something quickly, since I just asked that one question. So here's what I'm struggling over with this, which is, I think there's two things going on here that are slightly at odds with each other. One is a transportation connection, and the second one is a recreational connection. And I mean, I think I would support a Loma Verde alignment for a transportation connection, But I think that might be a slightly less complex configuration than this fully separated lane, which I think would just be less disruptive. I also would support a recreational connection along the creek alignment, especially if there was, if we had budget somewhere to actually reclaim that creek bed and, do what LA has done in the LA River. But I'm not sure that that's, I don't think that's going to happen in our lifetimes. So I'm just struggling a little bit over whether it's worth doing any of these things, because like I said, I would strongly support a Loma Verde transportation connection, especially if we can clarify between what and what. But I mean, the recreational connection I'm getting is a little fuzzy because it's seasonal to the bay, and I don't quite know what the Foothill Skyline Trail connection looks like on the other side of this. Strongly support the idea of being able to go from the bay up to Skyline, but I'm not sure I see from this presentation how this advances that objective. So I don't know, do you have any thoughts on any of those comments?
I agree that there's probably two divergent themes here, the recreational theme and the transportation theme. I would say transportation-wise, though, we need to think about all types of cyclists and all types of pedestrians. A lot of folks that are already cycling today are probably comfortable using Loma Verde in its existing condition. But I think, one of the goals of this project is to provide a higher quality semi-separated or completely separated bikeway that provides that east-west connection. So I think there are ways we could improve Loma Verde in its existing configuration, but I don't necessarily know that we're going to capture any new riders or new cyclists. As far as the connection between the foothills and the baylands, if you can imagine projecting Loma Verde to the west, it lines up directly with Margarita Avenue and Matadero Avenue, which connects to the Bowl Park path. That gets you almost all the way to Foothill Expressway. From there, it would be, some type of trail connection up the foothills. But I mean, there's already a pretty decent connection that gets you all the way to Foothill Expressway that exists today. Matadero and Margarita are a bike boulevard corridor, and we've made some improvements there through a resurfacing project in the last year and a half. So I think that's where that connection is. And there is a larger map that shows kind of the grand vision of and we can include that in the council presentation if you think that would be helpful for them.
Yeah, I think that just that reminder would be helpful because Alma and Caltrain do look like obstacles, the way that this is presented.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So just listening to these different comments, I think that I don't know if you expect any prioritization of those items for your benefit and for conveying this to the council, or this what you heard from the discussion is enough to formulate some takeaways. If you expect any vote, we can of course give it to you, but just before you just suggest anything, just listening to my colleagues, I think that they support shared use path, but also they support the bikeway along Loma Verde. So I think it would be a good summary, and I think that also I heard Commissioner Waldvogel just supported my thoughts about just larger thinking. Does this adequately summarize our discussion? No, I zeroed out on number 1 and number 4.
Is there a scenario where we could develop an order of preference?
We can do this.
So just so we're clear, so we're looking for a recommendation that this commission would forward on to the council.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure that I unconditionally would say go forward on any of these. I mean, I want to say yes, but I'm just having trouble. I'm having trouble seeing that any one of these, as it's presented, meets all the objectives. I guess is what I'm struggling over, and there's probably not budget to do something that would meet all the objectives. I'm not sure what that would be, but so that's what I'm struggling over a little bit, is what recommendation to forward, given that none of these seem to meet the connectivity and recreational objectives.
Thank you. Commissioner Alczak. You want to say it? If you don't want to say anything, that's fine.
No, there's a part of me that wishes that we had a full commission here to discuss this, because there are some other viewpoints that I guess I would really have appreciated hearing, particularly from some of our commissioners who are more avid bike users locally. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if there's a way for us to put forward a motion where we suggest the attributes that we find most appealing. I mean, do you think that that would work? Like, for example, I think that I'm going to speak on our behalf for a minute. I'm not necessarily saying that, but if, for example, we suggested that we would support options of spending this capital that included both bike and pedestrian paths, and that we had a strong preference for, and our concerns, and these were our concerns. I mean, is there a way for us to,
So, yeah, I mean, I think so, sure. I mean, we've presented some options. If you feel like there's a, hybrid or, bits and pieces that you want to choose from to articulate where your interests are and what you think would be helpful, that would be better than nothing.
all right, so I can try to make a motion real quick. Before I, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think this is like an easy slam dunk decision here, because there's so many pros and cons to each of these options. But for myself, here's my thinking, and I'll share with the commission. The commission could think about, like, where there's alignment to your own thinking. So, with Loma Verde, I've actually biked it quite a bit. So, I mean, it is bikeable. I mean, people bike it today, and sure, we could have a lane separation, which would be a good step up, but it's not that different from what it is today. And we lose parking, which is another issue, right? And so if we think about, like, how do we like, if we're going to spend money, how do we make it significant? How do we actually kind of make a real difference? The thing that the creek gives us is it gives us a way to reclaim land that that otherwise gets idled, that's not really being used, right? And so I like that option a lot. The thing I don't like is the price, right? Because we don't have the money for it. But the city, I think, is forecast to run a deficit next year, which is not good. So it's not like we have money laying around. But if we have to balance that with, well, if we are going to, and this is not saying that we're going to put this above all of the projects. I think City Council will do that. But for us to evaluate of these different options, I think, for me, I think we have to go with the option that involves the creek somehow. Because if we don't, it's like, what are we doing here? We're just making a small increment of what's there already. I don't know where the money's going to come from, though. I think that's an issue in my mind. And so I'm actually leaning with the chief transportation official's professional opinion of the hybrid, because I think it reclaims the land. It uses land that we would otherwise be idled. It makes a substantial difference from what we have today. Recreational, we covered recreational as well as transportation needs. But there are a lot of issues, right? I mean, there's privacy, security, money, right? There's a lot of cons here, but it does make a big difference in terms of it makes it's an incremental step up, not just a small increment, and that's why I like that option, even though it's challenging. So that's my opinion.
So just for clarity, when you say hybrid, right, you're alluding to the third bullet point, right, which
Correct.
talks hybrid of the bike and pedestrian. So I think that Commissioner Alczek would like to continue, but before I just pass mic to him, I would like to second the comment that my colleague Greg Tanaka just said, that option along Loma Verde, it's from the expense perspective, truly doesn't bring much of the value. And then there are some problematic aspects, those 67 or 69 driveways that would be crossing that bike. Those might be private driveways, and people may know what they do, but I may easily find counter argument just saying that, you know, if you just do something mechanically every day, you may easily just miss somebody coming from your left or right, and that's maybe easier, riskier than just coming from unknown area. So that argument may not be true. And then I just didn't feel well when I was looking at the picture with the planters and thinking that this separation would be truly, you know, punctured every several yards pretty much. So from the perspective of the cost and benefit, I don't think that there would be lots of return on the investment. So that's, I would like, with this comment, I wanted to support the thought that my colleague had. And I should make a motion? Me? That's fine. So I can make a motion, but just let's see. So so I think that the motion would be like this: that the preference, that Commission preference is to continue route along the creek with the budget constraint, with addressing the budget or the cost constraint, and I think that would be the entire motion. And I can speak about this. What's the budget constraint is? I think we heard it from Greg Tanaka. Please.
So just to clarify, so it would be a hybrid shared use path option that uses the creek corridor where possible, but is a lower cost than what is shown in the staff report?
I think yes, but it could be addressed differently. My address may be different than Greg, so I will allow him just to speak in a moment. But I would propose it to structure it this way, that maybe prospectively we will achieve the goal that Commissioner Waldfogel was talking from about when he said about the route Foothills to the when he spoke about route from Foothills to the bay. And that doesn't have to happen within the next couple of years. Maybe it's going to happen within the next several years. That would be my perspective about spreading cost. I don't know what would be.
So, you know, here's what I think we should do. You know, I think our chief transportation official has thought about hybrid 3. He thinks it's the best. I listened to all the pros and cons, and I actually agree with him. I think it's probably correct. So I think we could make a motion to say bullet 3, right? And then if there's modifications, that we should say what the modifications are that we want to that. Or if we want to do something different, we should say it, but we have to be pretty specific. If it's not one of these 5 bullets, we're going to have to be pretty specific as to what we're recommending to City Council.
Yeah, so my recommendation would be to pretty much continue study. That would be a crosstown study that would allow Commission, or would allow the whole visibility of the benefits and the cost of the entire route crossing the town, but it's the implementation would be spread out throughout the years when the certain routes open. So I think that maybe you can just think about this differently, that we would just establish a policy to build this route, but when it would be accomplished physically, it may take pretty much years.
So bullet 3 is a hybrid that would include both pedestrian path and shared use path. We would fit basically whatever is feasible in on each segment. That would likely be phased over a period of time. We wouldn't construct the entire thing all at once. We'd look for opportunities. If the water district is reconstructing a segment, then maybe we can work with them to put in a shared use path instead of just a pedestrian path. So that's kind of the outline of bullet 3. I mean, assuming council, makes a recommendation when they adopt this, our intent would be to move directly into concept planning, which would be kind of 15% design, which is how we've handled the bike boulevard projects. And then after that, we would move into final design. So I think what you're recommending is kind of a greater economic cost benefit study, which would kind of be separate from the concept planning and the design work that would naturally follow from this.
Yes.
Okay.
So are you making a motion?
Yeah, I think that, yes, so this was the motion. So.
Okay. I mean, okay, do you want to, are you looking for a second, or is this concise enough? I mean, does everyone understand what the motion is?
Yeah, if it's not concise enough, I can make it shorter.
Why don't you repeat the motion?
So the motion would be to recommend to the council a hybrid option, bullet 3, and expand it as a potential cross-town connector with the long-term perspective.
I'll second that motion. Can I speak to that second? So I would just, I would like our recommendation or our report to reflect that among the 5 options, among the 4 options that do not include returning the money, which I assume not very many people have an appetite for, but among the 4 options that the hybrid option that we're talking about right now has the most appeal. I would just like to add that I think I speak for all of us, so we have a little bit of a concern here about the issues related to privacy and safety. And I think there's a little discomfort here with sort of standing up in strength in support of this option without really taking into consideration those issues. And I guess to some extent we're punting this, but I think that I would like to, I think that the council, when they make this decision, needs to consider very carefully whether or not it's worth whether or not the benefits are worth the potential issues involved with those concerns. And that would be my comment that I hope somehow can be reflected in the staff report from the perspective of the commission. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Would you like to speak? Commissioner Tanaka.
So yeah, so I think that motion sounds reasonable. I'll support that motion. I think the problem here is that they all have strong pros and all have strong cons. So it's not like easy to make, but I think to me this seems like the best option of all of them. But I think I agree with my colleagues that we have to figure out how do we mitigate some of these issues like the cost, security, all that kind of stuff. But we've talked about that.
Thank you. With this, we have a motion on the floor. So all in favor? So it passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this concludes our hearing on this topic. before we adjourn, we still have commission's business, and we have meeting minutes that were provided to us by Robin, so I would like to propose a motion to approve the meeting minutes, those 3 meeting minutes that were submitted to us by Robin.
Second.
We have a second. So all in favor? 4-0. Thank you. So this concludes our meeting.